Have you been counted in the 2020 U.S. Census? Results for Georgia and Columbus show that we currently lag behind national participation rates. Your participation is essential. Did you know that decisions about where to build hospitals, how to allocate emergency medical equipment like ventilators, masks, and protective gear, which are critical during a pandemic, are driven by the data that you and I provide to the U.S. Census? Census results affect planning, funding for health care such as Medicaid, Medicare Part B, state children's health insurance, and the prevention and treatment of substance abuse. Census results influence highway planning and construction. They help determine how money is allocated for the Head Start program, SNAP, and grants that support special education. Without an accurate count, we could lose much of that financial support. More than $675 billion in federal funds are distributed to the states based on census data. The Census Bureau estimates local municipalities like Columbus will lose about $1,500 per person per year in federal funding for every person not counted in the 2020 census. I'm asking every citizen of Columbus to participate in the 2020 census. You can register online, by phone, or by mail. Visit my2020census.gov and you can complete the process in less than 5 minutes. We're counting on you.
I will support and defend the Constitution of the state of Georgia. It's the individuals that you see here today that are on the first step of the rest of their career with the Columbus Police Department, and we're proud of each and every one of them. You don't give a badge and a gun to anybody that walks through the door and puts their hand out. Columbus Police Department is proud of each of these individuals and the people that have been here before them and the people that will come after them.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Where does this bus go?
This shuttle bus will be transfer passengers to the Health and Human Services location here in Columbus.
Oh, that's right. There's 2 locations now. The Public Health Department is moving to the old Virginia College on Veterans Parkway, but there's some offices like DFACS and New Horizons that are going to remain on Comer Avenue.
Yes, ma'am. And Metro will start serving both locations with this service starting on July the 1st, 2020.
So when services start, I just have to wait here for the bus to pick me up?
Well, yes and no. But first, all passengers must call Metro to schedule their trips 2 to 24 hours in advance. It's first come, first served. Once you're scheduled a trip, you'll be picked up here at Metro Transfer Center and taken to either of the 2 Health and Human Services locations. You know, you can also schedule a return trip here to the Transfer Center and connect with other buses.
Wow, that sounds very convenient. How much is the fare?
It's free.
It's free?
Yes, but passengers will be asked to show the documentations when they're picked up. Or you can pick the fixed route buses, which service the exact same stops. Oh, I wish I could stay a bit longer to answer your questions. but the buses are ready to leave. But here, there's a copy of the HHSS Rider's Guide and brochure for more information. You can also find it on our website, you know.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Certainly. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Goodbye.
Bye, thanks.
Wow. I will definitely be calling Metro to reserve a trip. For additional information on Metro's free Health and Human Services shuttle, please call us at 706-225-4581 or visit our website at www.columbusga.gov/Metro.
Hi, I'm Skip Henderson, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia. You know, there are a lot of resources within our community that most folks don't think of as city services, and yet your tax dollars go to help support them. One such organization is the Health Department. The Health Department provides a wide range of activities and services that you need to know how to access. Let's go visit them and take a look.
Hi, I'm Pamela Kirkland with the Columbus Health Department. Today we're going to be talking to one of our nurses, Valerie Scruggs-Prophet, and she's going to give us information on what families need for immunizations and other requirements for back to school in Muskogee County. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Pam. Good morning. The first thing we need to do is look at your child's shot record from your previous provider and make sure the child is up to date and current on their vaccines. With that information, we enter the records into the GRITS, the Georgia Registry of Immunizations, Transactions, and Services. Then, any provider can access the child's vaccine record. If your child does need vaccines for the new year, they can be done here at the Health Department at that time. In Georgia, there are requirements for child care and school based on the age of the child. At 11 years old, which is 6th and 7th grade, there is a Tdap and meningitis vaccine requirement. At 11th grade, a second dose of meningitis vaccine is also required. Also, if new to Muskogee County School District, the child will also need a needs assessment, nutrition, eye, ear, dental screening. That is Form 3300. You will need to give the school this record at the registration along with the up-to-date vaccine record, which is Form 3231. We accept most insurances, and most insurances will cover the cost of vaccines. There is a small fee for transferring the records from out of state. If your child is not up to date, the certificate will be provided with the immunization visit.
The Columbus Health Department is located on the second floor of the Health and Human Services Building, 2100 Comer Avenue. If you would like more information on immunizations or any of our services, call 706-321-6300 or visit Columbus Health.
Let's talk a little trash. Hey, I'm Skip Henderson. I'm the mayor of Columbus, Georgia, and we get a lot of calls at our 311 center. A lot of them concern when and where to place your garbage cans, your yard waste, everything that goes out and gets picked up by the Public Works Department. So let's go check out our friends at Public Works, and we'll get all the details.
My name is Troy Vanderson, and I'm a route supervisor in the sanitation division. You know, people are asking what size containers can be used for trash pickup and where to place bulky waste. Well, for trash containers, the preferred container size for trash pickup is 32 gallons. However, if using anything larger, bags are needed to eliminate possibilities of injuries. What's more, all of our trucks don't have lifters. Therefore, larger containers need to be bagged to prevent injuries. Now for bulky waste, the best place to place your bulk items is out on the right-of-way, away from objects to prevent damage and injury. Furthermore, please don't place your bulk items near the mailbox, on the wires, or on top of cable boxes. I hope this video has answered your questions about your trash pickup and bulky waste. For additional questions or concerns, please contact us in the Citizen Service Center at 311 or at 706-653-4000.
We hope this information has been helpful. If there's something in particular that you'd like to know about how your government operates, please call us at 311.
Hi, I'm Lynn Whitfield, and you're watching CCG TV.
Welcome back to Focus on Health. We're doing Tai Chi with Marie again, and this is lesson 5, and we'll have one more after this. I know you all have been benefiting. See you on the other end of the commercial.
Hello, I'm Isaiah Hughley, City Manager of Columbus, Georgia. I'm calling on you to complete the census. The 2020 census is crucial for Columbus's education system. Census data helps to decide federal funding of school lunches, teachers, special education, Head Start programs, and child health programs. Spread the word to your friends and neighbors to complete the census, because if you aren't counted, you simply won't count. Help shape the future of Columbus's next generation. Take time today and complete the census.
Welcome back to Focus on Health. We're going to get started with Marie. We're going to do the warm-up exercises. I know everyone has been benefiting from the Tai Chi course that Miss Marie has been doing, and so I'm just so thankful that you all have benefited and that you all are enjoying it. And Marie, I'm going to have you get started on the warm-up exercises.
Yes. Again, welcome back to session 3 of Tai Chi for Arthritis. I'm Marie Peterson Barnes with River Valley Regional Commission, Area Aging on Aging. We are located at 710A Front Avenue, Columbus, Georgia. Our web address is www.rivervalleyaging.org, and we can be reached at 706-256-2910. I am a certified Tai Chi instructor for arthritis for fall prevention, as well as seated Tai Chi for arthritis. Tai Chi was developed by Dr. Paul Lamb, a Tai Chi expert and a retired medical doctor from Australia. I've had the opportunity to train with Dr. Paul Lamb, as well as his senior instructors and master trainers in Cartersville, Georgia last year. Tai Chi is one of the most effective exercises for health of mind and body. Its essential principles includes the integration with the mind and the body, the smoothness of the movements, the control of breathing. If you are experiencing health challenges that will prevent you from practicing with us during session 5, please contact your medical doctor. Most important, listen to your body. Continue your session as long as you feel comfortable. Rest if you become tired or in pain, or if you begin to lose concentration. Please discontinue any movement that is painful or discomforting. If you experience shortness of breath, or pain in your chest, or pain in your joints and limbs, stop the exercise and listen to and contact your medical provider. Remember to move within your comfort zone. Remember to wear loose fitting, comfortable clothing, as well as fitted, flat, comfortable shoes. As always, we begin our exercises with our warm-ups. And once the exercises are completed, we're in with the cool downs. We'll start the exercises with our fingers, our neck, our shoulders, our spine, our hips, knees, and ankles. So relax, concentrate, enjoy, and have fun. We'll start exercising our fingers first this morning. Again, thank you for joining us again for session 5. And thank you, Pops, again for having me on Focus on Your Health. Remember, visualize any movement that you can't do. And remember, you say, I can't stand up, that's okay. That's okay. If you feel comfortable sitting down, sit down and enjoy the exercises, okay? We'll start our next warm-up with our neck. Hands up slow, and remember the exercises are slow, smooth, and gentle. Right hand down, left hand up. Slowly, 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 about 70% of your body range, or at your comfort level. Remember, you're only competing with yourself, and you're working at your own comfort level. Again, slow, smooth, and gentle, change hands. And the neck exercise is one of the exercises we rarely use. Change hands. Again. Being active as we grow older is extremely important. So if possible, try to exercise or be active for about 20 to 40 minutes a day. Let's do this once more on each side. Slow, smooth, and gentle. Pretend you're pushing up against a gentle resistance. Okay. Now, we're still working our neck. Hands up. Let's do the neck again. Slow, smooth, and gentle. Change hands. Change hands. One more time. Last time. One more, just one more. Okay. Hands up. Hands over. Pretend you're pushing your chin back. A gentle resistance. Working the neck still. Push out. Hands down. Slow, smooth, and gentle. Lowering the neck gentle. Hands up. Turn the fingers over. Pretend you're pushing your chin. There's a resistance there. You feel it in your fingers, your arms. Push out against the air. Slow, smooth, and gentle. Lowering your neck very slowly. One more time. Hands up. Turn the fingers over. Push. Push out. Okay. Slow, smooth, and gentle. Now we're moving down to the shoulders. We'll rotate the shoulders 3 times forward and 3 times backwards. Ready? Concentrate. 1, 2, and 3. Rotating the shoulders backwards gently. 1, 2, 3. Again, working those muscles that we rarely use. Still working the shoulders. Breathe in. And breathe out. Bend your legs, knees slightly, only if you can. Breathe in. If not, just visualize bending your knees. That's fine too, it still works. Breathe in. And breathe out. All right, now the spine, okay? Grab the ball. Ready? We're gonna move this ball. We're gonna rotate the ball. There we go. And if you miss any movements, that's fine. You can always go back. If you miss the neck, or if you miss the shoulders and you start with the spine, that's okay. You can go back and work those areas you missed. That's fine. There's nothing perfect about Tai Chi. We just want you to move and be active. Let's do this one more time. All right. Okay. Okay. Still working the spine, okay? Hands up. And let's push the ceiling. Push the ceilings. Come down, bending the knees slightly. And push the ceiling. Pretend you're pushing against a gentle resistance. You're stretching the internal spines. You're opening your lungs, which allows you to breathe better. Push that ceiling. Bring the hands back. Push that ceiling. Feel that spine stretching. Yes, opening those lungs. Let's do it again, each side. Push. There should be a slight bend in your limbs. One last time. And push. Very good, very good. Now we're moving down to the hips, okay? We're gonna start leading with the heel, okay? Hands up, slowly. And once I bring my hands back, then extend your left heel. And we'll just move right through. Here we go. Okay, now we're gonna change sides. Ready? If you're tired, have a seat, lean up against the wall, or just take a break. The opposite foot, here we go. Hands back, heel out. Now we'll just move through. All right, there you go. There you go. Now we're still working the hips. Remember, there's a slight bend in your limbs. Your left hand is positioned slightly under your right elbow. And remember, we're pushing against a wall. We'll pretend we're pushing up against a wall. Just a slight resistance, okay? Body upright. Remember your posture. Stand up straight if you can. But remember, if you can't, that's fine. We just want you to move and be active. Push up against that wall and step out with the left foot. Push. And it doesn't matter what side you start with. Push that wall. Change hands. And the opposite side. Push that wall. You feel it in your arms and your legs and your thighs and your shoulders. Change hands. And push. Push that wall. Push that wall. Change hands. And push. Let's do it one more time, okay? Change hands. And push that wall. Wonderful, wonderful. Now we're moving down to the knees. And remember, you're working at your own comfort level, so whatever you can't do, visualize yourself doing it. And you get the same effects. So ball the fist slightly, just slightly, okay? Shift the body weight to the right, or whichever. If you're starting with the opposite foot, then you shift your body weight to the opposite side. But we're gonna start shifting our weight to the right, and we're gonna step out with our toe first with the left foot, and then the opposite arm comes out, okay? So here we go. Toe, plant the body upright, and then push out. Opposite hand, opposite foot. Come back, shift the body weight, step out toe first, plant the foot, body upright, out. Remember not to extend your limbs too far. Should be a slight bend in your limbs. Shift your body weight to the right, step out toe first, body upright, the opposite side, shift the body weight, and this helps with balance. Toe, plant the foot, and then out. And if you feel strong in your limbs, shift up and out. And if not, hold on to a chair or the wall and out. All right, all right. Now we're still working the knees, but this time the difference is we're leading out with the heel first, okay? So relax, concentrate. Take a deep breath, breathe in and breathe out. Shift the body weight to the right. Ready? Heel first. Heel, plant the foot, body upright, and the opposite arm comes out. Come back. Shift the body weight. This helps with balance. Transferring of weight. Put the heel out first, plant the foot, and then out, body upright. Try to maintain an upright posture if possible. Shift the body weight. Plant the heel, plant the foot, and out. And let's do this one more time. Shift the body weight. Heel, plant the foot, and out. Wonderful. Yes. Now we're moving down to the ankles. Hands on the hips. And we're going to start with the right foot. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe. Shift the body weight to the right. Here we go. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe. All right. Shift the body weight to the opposite side, and the opposite foot is heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe. All right. You can feel that in your ankles, can't you? Shift the body weight. Foot in, out, in, out, in, out. All right. Shift the body weight. Foot in, out, in, out, in, out. Wonderful. Have a shake. Okay. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, we'll practice session 1, which was the commencement, the open and close, and then we went to the waving of hands, we went to the single whip, and then the waving of hands. So today we're going to do a preview of session 1, 2, 3, and 4. After the preview, then we'll move right in to session 5. So let's start with a preview, okay? And I'll talk us through it. Here we go. The commencement, arms up, arms down as if you're carrying a ball. Shift the body weight to the right. Bring your arms up above your chest. Step out with the left heel first, hands out. Bring your hands in. Breathe in. Breathe out. Now single whip to the right. Open the palms. Remember we talked about opening the draperies. Okay? Now we're doing the single whip to the right. And this is about 3 times. We do it about 3 times. Slow, smooth, and gentle. There should be a curve in your fingers, but if not, that's fine. Complete the wave. Complete the wave. Hands out front. We end it, open, and close, and we close the form. Okay? So we did the commencement, the open and close, the single whip, and the waving of hands to the right, okay? So now, we're gonna learn the waving of hands to the left. So remember how I said in the beginning how eventually we would tie everything together, and that's what we're doing now. We've tied in session 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we're gonna tie in session 5 with the single whip to the left, okay? So remember, we just ended session 4. Remember how we had the open and close? We did the open and close, and then we stepped out, and then now we look at the left hand, okay? Okay? So now with the session 5, we're gonna shift the body weight. We're gonna shift the body weight to the left. We're gonna step out with the foot, heel first, plant the foot, and then we push out. And this time we're looking at the right hand. So remember last time when we did the single whip to the right, we ended up looking at the left hand, but we were moving to the right. So this time we're doing the single whip to the left. So we end up looking at the right hand, but we end up moving to the left. And so that's fine. We'll get it together. So let's look at the feet. I'll show you. We'll start with the feet. Transfer the body weight to the right. Step out with my left heel just a little. Plant the foot. Turn the body just slightly. Okay? We're doing single whip to the left. Shift the body weight. Step out slightly with the left heel first. Plant the foot. Shift the body slightly to the right. Do it again. Transfer the weight. And this helps with fall prevention. Step out, left foot, plant the heel, plant the foot, stand up straight and shift the body slightly to the right, okay? Now we're gonna put the hands with that, okay? And then I'll turn my back so you get a better idea of what I'm doing, okay? Here we go. Shift my body weight, step out, and then bring the hands over, okay? Remember we ended with looking at the right hand because we're moving to the left this time. We're waving hands to the left. So I'm shifting my body weight to the right. I'm gonna step in with my left foot, and when I step in with my left foot, I bring my left hand in toward the right elbow, and when I do that, I change hands, and then I step out. Step in, and then change hands. Step out, and then change hands. Step in, and then change hands. Step out, and then change hands. We do the open and close. Open, and close, and then we close the form out. So, now let's do it together. You're watching your right hand, okay? Because this is how we ended the last form, watching the right hand. Shift the body weight, and as you shift the body weight, step out, bring the hand in, and then change hands. Now you see the difference? We're going to the opposite side now. Step out with the heel, plant the foot, and change hands. Slow, smooth, and gentle. Step out, change hands. Step in, and change hands. So once more. Step out, change hands, and bring the hands in front of you. Open and close the form. Okay? So what is Tai Chi for arthritis? I'm glad you asked. Tai Chi is a great health benefit for people that includes the ease of your joints and pains, the flexibility of your muscles, as well as concentration, among many, many, many other things. So it's important that as we grow older, and I said we, because I'm a senior citizen now, and thank God I reached that point, it's important for us to be active. So if you can't get up, that's fine. You see, Pop is seated here and he's doing a lot of the exercise. And remember, if you can't do it, if you can only position your hand this far, that's okay. Instead of doing that, if your hand can only go this far, that's fine. Just visualize your hand being extended further, and you get the same results. So we're going to practice session 5 just a little bit more. Okay? I'm going to start with the foot movement again. I'm shifting my body weight to the right. Step out with the heel first. Plant the foot, and once I plant the foot, turn my body just a little bit, okay? Let's do it again. Shift my body to the right, transferring a weight. It helps with fall prevention. Plant the heel out and then plant the foot and turn the body weight. Okay, now follow me. You can do it. Remember, if you're tired, take a break. Sit down on a chair or lean up against a wall. Listen to your body. It's important that you listen to your body. Remember to breathe. Breathe in and breathe out because it opens the lung and allows the blood to flow within the body. And according to Dr. Paul Lambs, it gives us the internal strength that we need to perform our everyday activities. Okay? Here we go. Follow me. Shift the body weight. And we're doing the waving of hands to the left. But we're shifting the body weight to the right. Then we're going to step out with the left foot. Plant the foot. And see, I slightly turn my body. Okay? Follow me again. And if you cannot stand with your feet close together, if it's better for you to stand out wide, fine. If it's better for you to stand in, that's fine too. But remember, you're working at your comfort level. Okay? Shift the body weight. Extend the left foot, heel first, plant, and then shift the body just slightly to the right. Okay? So we're going to put the hands in with this. We ended up, because we're moving to the left, we're looking at the opposite hand, which is the right. Okay? Shift the body weight. Step out. Bring the hand in. And then change. Slow, smooth, and gentle. That's one of the principles of Tai Chi. Slow, smooth, and gentle. You're moving against a gentle resistance, as if maybe you're in the water, or you're moving against dense air. Slow, smooth, and gentle. Step out, then change hands. Now we completed. Bring the hands in front of us. Open and close. Okay? Now turn around so you can get a better idea. Okay? follow me. Remember, we ended up looking at the right hand. Transfer the body weight. Step out with the heel first. Position your body. Bring the hand in. Change hands and step in. And this time we're moving to the left. Change hands. Step out. Change hands. Slow, smooth, and gentle, as if a gentle resistance. Let's do it one more time. Slow, 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 smooth, and gentle. Complete the wave. Open and close. Slowly, slowly stand up. Okay. 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 So, again, this is session 5 that we're working on today. We'll work session 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, next week, when we come in again, we hope that you will have exercise or practice the routines or try to be as active as possible. Remember, you can get these routines, session 1, 2, 3, and 4, as well as session 5 that will probably be out there next week. But you can get the Tai Chi for Arthritis exercises on www.rivervalleyaging.org. Remember, that's www.rivervalleyaging.org, or you can get it on CCG TV. Remember to exercise, remember to concentrate, remember to pay attention to your posture. Breathe in and breathe out as you exercise, and remember to be active. We thank you for joining us today.
Cool down.
And that's right, and Pop just reminded me we need to cool down. Remember, after every exercise, we do have to cool down. Thank you, Pop. Here we go. We're gonna tap each side 3 times each. 1, and if you can lift your thigh, that's fine. If you can't, just tap it, that's fine too. All right. Now, we're gonna pretend against a gentle resistance. We're gonna pretend we're grabbing something. And we're gonna breathe in and breathe out. And if you can bend down with your knees slightly and stand on your toes and breathe out. Let's do it again. Breathe in and breathe out. And we'll do the last cool down exercise as we did from the beginning, but this time we're cooling down. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Thank you so much. We'll see you next session.
See you next time. Probably you have 2 weeks to be able to practice the exercises that Miss Marie gave, and we'll see you when we come 2 weeks from now. And as always, be good and kind to yourself because God loves you. Bye-bye now. Hi, I'm Herschel Walker, and you're watching CCG TV.
Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Good morning and welcome to the September 8th City Council meeting. I think we got a quorum. We do, and we're going to begin this meeting as we begin all of our meetings, and that is by asking God's blessing on our proceedings. And we're trying to get back to a little sense of normal. We've been asking our counselors to offer up the prayer, but we've invited our friend Pastor Adrian Chester from Greater Bellwood Baptist Church to give our invocation. Welcome, sir. We turn that.
Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, and Council. Will you please join me in prayer? God, our weary years, God, you have heard all of our silent tears, and we are grateful for your spirit and sense enough to know that it has been you that has brought us thus far along the way. And God, in these uncertain times, we are grateful for your peace that walks alongside us, and we are grateful for your wisdom that allows us to make decisions that will be in the best interest of your will. And so, God, as we enter into this City Council meeting, we ask that your Spirit will guide the hearts, the minds, and the tongues of these in whom have been entrusted with stewardship over your resources. We pray, God, that our decisions and our deliberations will be pleasing in your sight, and will also always keep before us your words in Matthew chapter 25. When we've done it for the least of these, we've done it also unto you. Bless us, keep us this day and the rest of our days. It's in the name of Jesus we do pray, and we all said, amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir, and please thank your church for sharing you with us today. I know it's been difficult. I want to tell you, as a representative of the clergy, just how much the citizens appreciate all that y'all have done to keep the spiritual momentum moving under very trying circumstances, and in most cases in a virtual environment.
Yes,
so
sir.
We thank you, and we thank you for your participation on so many levels within the government as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you. If you would, please stand and join me in pledging allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It's not as much fun when the toddlers come in here and do it, but hopefully we'll be able to get some of them representing their schools back in here before long. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Motion by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? All right, motion second by Councilor House. Any discussion or any edits that anybody'd like to make? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Is there anybody opposed? All right, they are approved. Very quickly, a little update, which we've been doing on a regular basis. I'll make this one quick with regards to COVID. We have, through the diligence of this community, our numbers have trended down. Our new cases and our rolling 7-day average new cases has trended down. And of course, we're very mindful of the fact that although that's good news, we recognize that there's so many factors that impact the reporting of the numbers, to include the number of tests being given, as well as the timing of the test results when they're sent in. So as we've stated all along, we really focus in on our resources locally that are available to help our citizens in the event that they come under this virus and end up with some severe symptoms, and that is our hospitalization rate. And we have plateaued. We mentioned this several weeks ago, and it's kind of stayed right in between 45 to 50 on any given day. But that's very good news, because as you know, there are a lot of individuals in our community who have delayed medical care because of the pandemic, and some of them are in the hospital for completely unrelated reasons. But if the resources are saturated by COVID patients, then it's hard to treat those members of our community that are have other medical needs. So it's good news. Looking at every week that we're hoping to get a couple of those open before the end of September. And I know there's some constituencies out there, there's some family members that use those who have been very patient, and it's really been a hardship on them and their recreational opportunities. But we are working very, very closely with the health department and operating under the guidance that they give us, so that any decisions we make will be made based on science and not on emotion. The census. Guys, we're coming around third and we're headed for home, and it's going to be a close throw at the plate. So we desperately need everybody. If you've already completed the census, call your circle of friends. I cannot tell you how important this is and how difficult it is this year. Across the country, numbers are down, and it is still going to have an impact on so many aspects of our lives here in Columbus and Muskogee County. Everything from education to healthcare to legislative representation. You guys have heard it over and over again. At this point, there's really nothing left to do except to challenge you to do everything you can to look after yourself, your family, and your neighbors by making sure people you know are counted. Because everybody in this community counts. And so we need you to fill out your census and get that done. I'm going to call up now, I think, Mr. City Manager, talk a little about, this was the first weekend, I think, for our quality control team.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make just a couple of comments regarding the census. First of all, I want to thank you for the proclamation that declared Friday, September 4th, Census Day in Columbus, Georgia. I think we motivated a lot of people to go ahead and complete the census. We've got community organizations and citizens involved in getting out there and encouraging people to complete the census. We still have a lot of work to do between now and September 30th. Mr. Mayor, but I really want to thank the ladies of Links Incorporated. I believe they are led by their president, Olive Kendall. But Links Incorporated sponsored caravans this weekend in conjunction with our effort, your effort, through the proclamation declaring Friday, September 4th as Census Day in Columbus. But Links Incorporated, the ladies of Links, they had 4 caravans moving throughout Columbus at the same time. At 11 o'clock a.m. Saturday, 11 o'clock on Saturday, the ladies of Links had a caravan to leave Shirley Winston Rec Center. At 11, they had a caravan leaving Carver High School at 11, leaving Fox Elementary at 11, and leaving the shopping center at 3759 Victor Drive, all at 11 o'clock. And they rode through neighborhoods that were low performing or low response to the census, and gaining their attention, getting them to the doors, people who were outside, asking them to complete the census. And in conjunction and supportive of links, we had some elected officials, Mayor, present. We had Councilors Pop Barnes and Councilor Toya Tucker. We also had former Councilor Valerie Thompson at Shirley Winston, and we had the former Mayor Pro Tem Evelyn Turner Pugh. They were all in the lineup that left Shirley Winston. And there were about 25 cars in that lineup leaving Shirley Winston. State Senator Ed Harbison was in that lineup leaving Shirley Winston. And over at Carver, and State Representative Carolyn Hughley was in that lineup leaving Shirley Winston. But over at Carver High School, I know State Representative Calvin Smyrie was in that lineup. School Board Chair Pat Hughley Green was in the lineup at Shirley Winston. And so we had about 25 cars, and of course I was in that lineup at Shirley Winston. But we went through those neighborhoods, and it was awesome. In fact, Councilor Barnes at the end of the caravan said, we need to do this every Saturday now leading up to the day of the census. I mean, it was awesome. And so I can't thank the ladies of Links Incorporated, Olive Kendall, and the ladies of Links enough. And also want to thank Sheriff Donna Tompkins, who provided deputy sheriffs to escort at each of the 4 locations Links Incorporated members and supporters through these communities pushing the census. And we hope that we are able to make a difference in the census response as a result of the work done by Links Incorporated. And so, Mayor, I had to mention that for just a minute, because they didn't have to do what they did, Links Incorporated, but they did. And
well, that group is always first to rise up and try to do anything they need to do to try to help the community. And I kind of agree with Councilor Barnes. I think that over the next several weeks, we should try to organize something similar in every one of the hard-to-count areas.
Yes.
It's a great event.
And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I do want to move on to the quality control team led by Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin that we shared with you a few weeks back. And this is a different approach, and I'm going to turn to Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin to talk about what's going on with this effort. There we go.
There we go. Good morning, Mayor and members of council. I'm going to ask the quality control team as they, here they are, they're coming up. This weekend was the start of our inaugural quality control program, and we kicked it off very nicely in Districts 1 and in District 2. I have provided each of you with a document that outlines all of the team members that we have working the various district areas, the entire community. And I really want to just to introduce to you each of them, and just to be able to tell you that, as you know, they will work each Saturday, 2 persons per Saturday. And they're all responsible for, each of them are responsible for inputting 120 work orders per district, per area. And that's every weekend. You will see that. We'll work a different district. Of course, after all of the work has been done, after all of that has taken place, then the real work really does begin, because it's going to now be up to our Public Works Department, and we're so thankful that our new Director of Public Works, Michael Criddle, starts today, is his first day. So I'm excited to have him on board. and for him to help us to get to where we need to be in terms of community cleanup. So each of them, of course, are working that, and not only public works, but inspections and codes with through our special enforcement. And then, of course, you also have Parks and Recreation. They're going through each of the city facilities in our parks as well. And so I just saw an email from Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge to our Parks and Recreation Director saying that she saw them out at Flat Rock Park and you know, doing what they do, and that is inputting work orders. So that's exciting. So with me, again, I'd like to introduce to you the individuals that are working in your district very hard. District 1, that's Rhonda Harden. Rhonda, if you will come and stand here, because I want to make sure that you get on. Is Rhonda here? No? Okay. Rhonda Harden, you have her photo there. She is with Public Works. She's in Councilor Pop Barnes' district, and she worked on this past weekend. Next, we have Everett Fleming, District 2. If he will come stand here so I can, there he is. Okay. I want them to get the camera on Everett so that everyone can see who works District 2. And that is, and he is with Metro Transit System in the planning division of Metro. Thank you. District 3, Councilor Bruce Huff's district. This is Altamise Wilson, if she will stand there here. And Ms. Wilson is my administrative assistant, executive assistant. And so thank you so much. District 4, we have Councilor Toya Tucker's district. Jessica Evans, and she is in the finance department. She works District 4, and they will be working, she'll be working next weekend. And so you have in here a schedule of when they're going to work. Thank you. District 5, Councilor Charmaine Crabb's area. Willie Jean Davis, she is with the tax assessor's office. And Jean has also been, she has worked before coming to the tax assessor's office. She was in 311, so very familiar with the system. Thank you, Jean. District 6, our Mayor Pro Tem's district, Gary Allen. This is Crystal Farley, and she is in the city manager's office and the city manager's executive assistant. So, thank you. District 7, Councilor Mimi Woodson's area. Eric Jackson. Eric is in the Human Resources Department, more specifically risk management. Thank you, Eric. District 8, Councilor Garrett Walker Garrett's district. We have Nixon Patterson here with the Civic Center. You see him each meeting. Thank you, Nixon. And we have, those are the 8 persons who are representing the 8 districts, and then we have our reserve team members. And these, the reserve team members will work when, for some reason, one of the other 8 cannot work or not able to work their weekend. Then we call on them, and they also work every 5th weekend that comes around. Carmen Hood with the Board of Tax Assessors Office. Thank you, Carmen. And Emilios Moore, if he is here. There he is, okay, and he is with the Muskogee County Prison. Thank you so much. Stacy Hodges is also part of the reserve team, and she is with the Columbus Police Department. So I want to thank all of these, the ladies and gentlemen who are a part of this team. They are getting ready to do some great work here in our community, and I think the citizens will be able to see a big difference. And so if there are any areas in particular in your respective district, please reach out to me, let me know what those are, and we'll make sure we get the team members while they're working the weekend out to that particular area. And so we want to make sure that they are looking at, of course, looking at everything, but looking at those things in particular, any pet peeves that you have that you'd like for us to really pay close attention to, just let us know, and they will be out there to take a look at that.
So, Mr. Mayor, Council, let me just say that this team they will not be going out to issue citations or service work orders that have already been put in. They're going out in a proactive way to identify things that need to be done that have not been reported, and they are using the 311 app and they are putting them into the system. Things like potholes that don't get reported, things like junk vehicles in yards. For example, I know that Councilor Barnes and Councilor Tucker were in the caravan, and we rode through areas where there were like 10 vehicles in a yard, and many of them may be don't have wheels on them, or people are working on vehicles. And you have to ask yourself, why won't the neighbors report this? Well, this team is going to go out and take the burden off the neighbor because they don't want to report their neighbor, and we're going to take care of it for them. And so if you, the counselor, you have this book, you see who's working your district, and after so many months, Deputy City Manager Goodwin tells me that they're going to shift to a different district. They're not just going to be in your district forever. For example, they may work your district from now until January, and then someone will flip and come to your and send others somewhere else, so they have a different set of eyes on your district. But if there are things that you want them to, a street that you want them to work, or things you want them to pay close attention to, then you can let the Deputy City Manager know, so that when they're out there and you tell them the area within your district, they're going to focus and concentrate on that area that you said you want them to look at to try and make a difference. Mm-hmm. And so this is a different approach, and it's looking at things in a different way, and then we'll flip it and put a new set of eyes on it when we think they've done all that they've been able to see what they see, and someone else, no doubt, is going to come and see something different. And so, Deputy City Manager Goodwin, I believe you advertised to allow for this work, mm-hmm. and all of the candidates were accepted.
That's right.
That applied, mm-hmm. Except one whose tenure was too short to be in the program. So all who applied got accepted.
That's correct.
So there were no candidates who did not get this opportunity. And I wanted you to be clear about that. Mm-hmm. So Mayor and Council, is a different approach. We hope you will help us by directing your person in your district to areas that you have concern about, and we can make some improvements throughout our city.
Councilor Barnes.
Mr. City Manager, this is really a very proactive thing, and I can tell you what you said is true. A lot of times the neighbors feel a little duress, and so they will not even call it to our counselors' attention until it's gotten out of hand. So this is really a step, an extremely proactive step, really, in the right direction. I know that the citizens of Columbus really appreciate this, and we counselors definitely appreciate something like this.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. Is it possible for us to ride along with them?
I don't have a problem with that.
I would like to this weekend. I've got some time.
I mean, you're not going to do it every weekend, obviously, but for a ride along and you want to point some things out, I think that's fine.
I would like to this weekend, so if we can coordinate that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to add to these individuals that have taken this on, thank you for the way you serve the citizens of Muskogee County. But I really want to thank our city manager. He and I have had these conversations over the last year and a half, and just about how tough it is. And we ride by and we see things, and there's things that just stay there. He's given examples before, and when we hear from citizens, sometimes we'll see it posted on social media, or we'll hear it through emails, and we'll ask them, did you reach out to 311? Did you report it? And the vast majority of them have not reported it. And is easy as it is for them to try to make those issues known, sometimes they just think other people are going to do it. So we can't expect them to do the work of the city. So what the city manager has done with his leadership is he has created this group that is going to be the eyes and the ears of our enforcement end and of the city workers who can go out there and identify where the issues are. And we want our city to be beautiful. And in certain areas, it's just not. And so I commend the city manager, Mr. Hughley, I commend you for putting this group together, because this is something we've talked about a lot. And this is a very, as Councilor Barnes indicated, very proactive approach to trying to help beautify our city. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much.
All right. And we today we've got with us Mr. Seth Brown from the Office of Crime Prevention, and he is going to be presenting to council the results of all the hard work that his board has performed over the last several months as they've reviewed different requests. I will make one very quick remark, though, with regards to the group of citizens and councilors, the committee that has come together for the purposes of sort of mediating the two different ordinances. We did have an organizational meeting, and we will schedule our first meeting. Our first meeting is scheduled for a week from today. We're working on a way so that it's the most easily accessible for the public, where they'll be able to tune in and watch, not necessarily participate, but at least observe the discussion, because this is a public meeting. We want to make sure that people have access to that. So we'll get that out through a press release, letting folks know how they can access it. Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for having us, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Before I start, we're a little bit later this year coming to y'all to present these, and that's because it was a little more difficult to get things done this year, as y'all are well aware. I know y'all struggle through this on a weekly basis. We were not accustomed to it, so all of our meetings were done through a Zoom atmosphere, which made it a little more difficult, more time consuming. There was one day we spent 3.5 hours on a Zoom call, well, I should say the board did. I was just kind of monitoring everything to where they went through the application. So that's the reason for the late arrival this year. We're struggling through it just like everybody's struggling through all of this. But to say I'm proud of the people that I work with just kind of goes without saying. Mayor, I'll just start from the beginning if that's what you would want me to do, or?
No, I think that's fine, and just
Okay.
and you can kind of hit them from a 30,000-foot level. And if any counselor has any question about any of these items, they can ask it then.
Yes, sir. All right, your first application is Big Brothers Big Sisters for $15,000. Most of y'all are aware of how Big Brothers Big Sisters operates through a mentoring aspect through the Family Center. They'll treat somewhere around 200, but the number was reduced a little bit as far as finance goes because of COVID issues. We weren't really quite sure how they were going to deal with this, but we did not want to cut off support completely because of the mentoring aspect of that program. Boys and Girls Club of Columbus, they have the DPI system, which is the Delinquency Preventive Initiative Program. Y'all are aware of this one as well. It is a program that deals with expulsion. It takes those kids that are right on the bubble from being removed. They work with 50 kids a year, and they work hand in hand with them. They're assigned counselors and that kind of stuff to kind of keep them in school, which that's one of the proactive things that we're trying to do.
Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Mayor, I just, before Mr. Brown gets too far into this, to remind people, or have Mr. Brown remind people what this is. I believe we sort of skipped that step.
We did. That's my fault.
And to talk about the qualifications that these organizations need to meet generally.
Yes, ma'am.
In order to be eligible for a grant. This is, as you guys know, comes from the OLOST taxes that we have we collect, and it's not just handed out because we like you. We do like you, but you also have to meet the qualifications.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you would, Mr. Brown, if you'd just give us a quick rundown on that.
Well, I'll be really quick. The process, as Councilor Thomas stated, it comes from the OLOST, the Public Safety Loss Initiative, where 70% goes into public safety, 30% infrastructure, and then of those monies, we have somewhere around, I think it's $880,000. 750 of that goes toward programming itself. What happens is between our deadline is March 30th, 31st, April 1st, depends on how it falls. It's kind of a loose number, but it's right there in those few days. People turn their application in. Before that, I'm meeting with them on a regular basis if they need me to. Some people don't want any interference by me. Some people want me to walk them through the whole process, read their application, see where they're at, that kind of thing. And we do that. I've even had board members to look at them beforehand to kind of give advice and steer them. After they do that and they turn it in, I go through all the application. This year, I think it was a total of, I want to say 45 applicants total were turned in. I go through all those applications to make sure they've got a 501c3, an active board, that kind of stuff in process. They'll have to put that board in there. They'll have to put a budget in there. They have to put their 501 in there. If any of those pieces are missing, then I call that person and say, hey, look, you're missing this piece. I've got to have it in the next few days, or I'll have to pull your application from the list. I don't do anything with the applications as far as approval or culling them or anything like that. The board gets all of them. Even if there's something wrong and I'm waiting to get something from them, I'll still give it to the board to review. But I give them that caveat, hey, I'm still waiting on this piece or whatever. After the board reviews them, it'll take probably close to 2.5 months because of the number we're at now for them to review all of those applications. They get a hard copy. This time they didn't. They did it all electronically this time because we weren't actually physically meeting. But they will get a hard copy of each application. They'll make notes on those applications. I'll give them a spreadsheet based on if they've ever been funded, how much were they funded in the past, that kind of stuff. I also research the programs in that time period also. Board will come back to me and say, hey, we've got a question about this or whatever. Once it gets down to where the board finds those 25, 30, 35 applicants that meet their criteria, and the criteria is the ones I just said. They have to be a 501, they have to have a board, they have to have a budget, they have to be solvent, this kind of thing. They have to have 10% of the funding at least up front. They have to have a program that fits inside the bubble of those, what I call 5 spokes. You know, the drug and alcohol prevention, crime prevention, that kind of stuff. So it has to fit inside that little bubble. And so then they cull it down to the ones they feel like fit the need of the citizens of Columbus, and then they start figuring out the money. They look at the programs and they say, okay, well, this program's been funded for so many years. We need to cut back on their funding at this point. And this year was the first year that I've physically wrote an actual rubric to where we can start pulling programs away from funding. Not because there's anything wrong with them, but because we've got to get away from funding programs year after year, which we do, but there was no real scientific method to it. It was more about what the board was feeling, how they would look at a program and say, well, look, they're getting funding from elsewhere and that kind of stuff. But now there's a very black and white way to reduce the funding from those that have been funded year after year. This year was a little bit different because they needed a COVID plan. I had to go back to these programs because when they were turning their programs in, you know, I was hoping COVID would be gone. I think we all were. And so about mid-cycle, I had to say, okay, it looks like this thing's here to stay. How are you going to operate under COVID conditions? Because about 70% of our programming works inside the school system. So we had to have something from them showing that they could still operate regardless of the nature of COVID. And fortunately, several of our programs that also applied this year were already doing that. They had already come up with ways that were active in working with their participants through Zoom or actual physical visits, but socially distancing themselves, that kind of stuff. So they had already dealt with that.
And would you speak to the audit?
There's the audit that we do. What I would say we do is more of a physical, on-site kind of thing. I get a monthly report from these programs. If I don't get their monthly report, they don't get paid. If they don't send me something showing how many people they've worked with, like I said, 70% of our programs deal with children or children in the school system. So if I don't have something showing they've met with so many kids, they've done X, Y, Z, and not necessarily some results right away, because it's hard to get month-to-month results necessarily, but they can tell me what they've been doing. We also want to see where their money's been spent, how they're spending it, that kind of thing. We also do physical visits. I go out to the locations. Keith Weeks has been very active. He's one of our board members that's been going out. I would say our chairperson, Lorraine Moore, who's in attendance here, she has been very active in that. So we've had we are very, very hands-on when it comes to these programs. And I'll give you at least one example. We had a really good program last year that on paper looked great. Even some council members went with me to visit this program, and it looked like it was going to be a real home run. And for some reason, it fell apart. I mean, the director disappeared, the whole 9 yards, but not one dime was given to them because we started the process with, hey, what's going on here? And I couldn't get any return messages or anything from the person that was directing it. There were still some people that were working in the program, but they weren't spending any money. It was more their volunteer hours, and we never spent a dime on them. And I tell you that to tell you that, so you'll know that we know when one of these things is not working, because we're physically on site or we're talking to the community. I've had community members call me and say, hey, Seth, I think something's up with this thing. And then I go out and make a visit, or I look at their numbers and we kind of know, yeah, okay, I'll call finance and I'll say, hey, don't cut another check until I figure out what's going on. And they don't cut them anyway because I do the invoices. I actually write the invoices for each program. There is no other employee but me. So when it falls down to who's responsible for making sure these things run right, it's me. So I physically go out to them. Continue, Mayor? Okay. We left off with...
I'm sorry, Seth. Yes. One more question. Councilor Davis?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Director Brown. Let me get that right for a minute. So when you say the board is doing all the evaluations on the proposals, correct? And then you're just listening to what the board's decision's being made. And then I think you stated that it goes another step, that you're looking for the finance department to make further evaluations and I guess from an exploratory standpoint into the actual organization that's requesting funding.
Well, they don't really do exploratory as much as they make sure, like most of our programs don't have business license, obviously, because they're 501c3s nonprofits, but they have the I-9s and the 501 status. So when we start the process, I turn all that paperwork in. Like today, the contracts from here will be signed, hopefully, if we get them approved, will be signed by y'all. Then they make the process through the city manager's office and through the finance office. Finance then will take those programs and give them, they'll take all the information I give them, which is the W-9 and the 501, and then they'll research those. And then they'll say, Seth, this is not an active 501, or there's something wrong with it, or hey, we've got, there was a situation with a program we had in the past where we didn't know they owed the city money. I mean, we wouldn't know that. They had rented a facility in years past, but the city had a record of that. So the city came back and said, hey, they owe X number of dollars for a facility they rented, and so we pulled that from their funding immediately. And of course, we called the entity and said, hey, here's something that's going on. We need to let you know. So there's a lot of hands in it, but I would say as far as the actual research goes about what they're doing with their actual programming, that would be me alone.
Well, it seems like in the last couple of years that we're doing a lot more. We're taking the funds that we have and we're trying to utilize those funds in such a way where we're supporting more and more organizations. Yes. Sometimes that can be good and that can be a problem as well, because you now have several of these entities that you're trying to keep track of, trying to understand. What concerns me in that manner is that I'm not so sure that the board is going to be able to evaluate unless you go into deep detail and try to find out an understanding of the nonprofits out there. You've got a lot of nonprofits. You've got some that are well respected and run good operations, but you got others that struggle.
Yes.
You got others that, even though they may have a status, they may be dysfunctional.
Correct.
And my concern is that, the board's not going to know about it. And if somebody like yourself is not looking into that before it gets to the board level or in that process, then you said you're relying on finance to do the homework. And they may not find it, but yet we're supporting an entity that's dysfunctional that may not be going by the guidelines, whether it's tax codes or the guidelines of the federal government when it comes to nonprofit status. So that does concern me, and I think we need to understand that, because basically we may be just, without that evaluation and without that checks and balance step in there. I like what we're doing month to month because you have better control over it. You just don't put grant funding or write a check for funding, someone takes it and you never see it again.
Yes, sir.
And you don't get anything out of it. You lose your investment there. That is totally, we've talked about that many, many times about the accountability and responsibilities there. And we've tried to, I think this council, I think this government, our city government, the executive management has done a real good job in making sure that is where it needs to be. So I think the citizens can feel confident that the checks and balances are in place. And it needs to be when you're dealing with taxpayers' dollars.
Yes, sir.
So I would, if we're going to make the decisions to approve the funding, I just want to know today also that there's still, I think there may be a couple, potentially a couple situations that might need some further evaluation, or just making sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted and that everything's lining up. So
yes, sir.
I would hope that that's, in listening to you, that's the type of encouragement that you're giving us.
Yes, sir.
To support you as you move forward.
Yeah, Councilor Davis, I can guarantee you, up until today, I can't speak for after today, but up until today, all the monies that have been approved by this council have been spent on what those applications said they would spend that money on. And we know that because we physically go out and see these programs. And like I said, that could come from myself or some active board members like Keith Weeks. Now, we don't fund completely either. And what I mean by that is, like, you'll see several, y'all have all got the actual physical applications that I sent y'all, and most of them will ask for, I'm just throwing a number out, $48,000. And you'll see a lot of those are at the $20,000 mark. What we do with that $20,000 is, the board agreed several years ago that they wanted to fund some of this new programming that they felt like could make an active improvement in Columbus, Georgia. But they didn't want to fund a program completely. They wanted to give me access to the program so we could see how they were operating. Could they handle the money? Could they manage the money? And the only way we could do that would be to basically be involved with them, and that's where the $20,000 came from. So it gave me access to basically stand over their shoulder. We've been very, very fortunate that everybody we have worked with has been very cooperative on reporting as far as visits go. The only place I don't visit is when there's some kind of confidentiality kind of thing going on with juveniles. And that's rare that we have something like that. But most programs, I just kind of pop in. I'll attend meetings, and we'll have council people. I've been to a few meetings where Councilor Barnes has been to, or programs. Councilor House has been to several that I've been to. And we didn't know each other were going. We just kind of showed up, and they were there also. So I would say up until today, the money has been managed well. I can say that confidently. It's gone towards what it was supposed to go towards. I'm always willing to be transparent and do anything else y'all want me to further to make the standards more stringent. I mean, I could ask for a monthly finance report from them. I mean, whatever council wants. I mean, I work from y'all's direction. But I can say we're very, very hands-on. We understand that our office is the most watched office probably in the city of Columbus.
Well, this is a good conversation to have. We talk about it all the time, but it's always good to make sure that we're keeping an eye out over our shoulder, and especially that we're doing the right thing with taxpayers' dollars.
Yes, sir.
I don't know of any incident right now. I think most of the time that if there has been any situation that's been compromised, that it's been handled appropriate. I do like how we've been doing. I know there's been some questions to even some of these organizations that just write me a check up front, and that makes me a little nervous. And I personally can't support that because of this conversation we're having here about having those checks and balances. And the key to this program and getting the return on investment is accountability.
Yes, sir.
So we just want to make sure that that's there and that we have that structure in place. And I think that's a good thing.
Yes, sir.
The checks and balances are in place. And it needs to be when you're dealing with taxpayers' dollars.
Yes, sir.
So I would, if we're going to make the decisions to approve the funding, I just want to know today also that there's still, I think there may be a couple, potentially a couple situations that might need some further evaluation, or just making sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted and that everything's lining up. So
yes, sir.
I would hope that that's, in listening to you, that's the type of encouragement that you're giving us.
Yes, sir.
To support you as you move forward.
Yeah, Councilor Davis, I can guarantee you, up until today, I can't speak for after today, but up until today, all the monies that have been approved by this council have been spent on what those applications said they would spend that money on. And we know that because we physically go out and see these programs. And like I said, that could come from myself or some active board members like Keith Weeks. Now, we don't fund completely either. And what I mean by that is, like, you'll see several, y'all have all got the actual physical applications that I sent y'all, and most of them will ask for, I'm just throwing a number out, $48,000. And you'll see a lot of those are at the $20,000 mark. What we do with that $20,000 is, the board agreed several years ago that they wanted to fund some of this new programming that they felt like could make an active improvement in Columbus, Georgia. But they didn't want to fund a program completely. They wanted to give me access to the program so we could see how they were operating. Could they handle the money? Could they manage the money? And the only way we could do that would be to basically be involved with them, and that's where the $20,000 came from. So it gave me access to basically stand over their shoulder. We've been very, very fortunate that everybody we have worked with has been very cooperative on reporting as far as visits go. The only place I don't visit is when there's some kind of confidentiality kind of thing going on with juveniles. And that's rare that we have something like that. But most programs, I just kind of pop in. I'll attend meetings, and we'll have council people. I've been to a few meetings where Councilor Barnes has been to, or programs. Councilor House has been to several that I've been to. And we didn't know each other were going. We just kind of showed up, and they were there also. So I would say up until today, the money has been managed well. I can say that confidently. It's gone towards what it was supposed to go towards. I'm always willing to be transparent and do anything else y'all want me to further to make the standards more stringent. I mean, I could ask for a monthly finance report from them. I mean, whatever council wants. I mean, I work from y'all's direction. But I can say we're very, very hands-on. We understand that our office is the most watched office probably in the city of Columbus.
Well, and this is a good conversation to have. We talk about it all the time, but it's always good to make sure that we're keeping an eye out over our shoulder, and especially that we're doing the right thing with taxpayers' dollars.
Yes, sir.
I don't know of any incident right now. I think most of the time that if there has been any situation that's been compromised, that it's been handled appropriate. I do like how we've been doing. I know there's been some questions to even some of these organizations that just write me a check up front, and that makes me a little nervous. And I personally can't support that because of this conversation we're having here about having those checks and balances. And the key to this program and getting the return on investment is accountability.
Yes, sir.
So we just want to make sure that that's there and that we have that structure in place. And I think that's a good thing.
Yes, sir.
And at the end of the day, that the taxpayers do get their return on the investment, and everybody's doing what they're supposed to.
Yes, sir.
And I really don't think anybody would have a problem with that from a checks and balances standpoint if they're doing the right thing and they're making progress and they're making a difference in the community. I think they understand. I think they would probably want that kind of transparency because it reflects on their organization and makes them look good. And in return, that can only lead to more and more support from the community as well as the citizens when it comes to the crime prevention program.
Well,
Yes, sir.
and I know Mr. Brown and I know the board itself is entirely focused on accountability, even on the front end, because if they feel like there's not a mechanism in place to hold these individuals accountable, it's likely they won't be one of the grant recipients. But that doesn't mean we can't always look for ways to improve, and it may be worth a conversation, not a deep dive from our auditor, but maybe a conversation just to kind of revisit the process and see if there's anything that could be added. But I think that because of the layers they go through now, it's a pretty stringent process for holding folks accountable. We've got a few other counselors here. Counselor Tucker.
Can we provide a performance progress report on a quarterly basis that will show the expense-related data?
I can do that on expenses. And I could do it on the progress too. The only thing I would, we tried the quarterly system as far as like trying to measure, and with it when it comes to programming, not expenses. And it gave kind of a skewed mark showing because it's hard to get anything done in a quarter, I guess is the reason I'm saying that. And the yearly evaluation looked better. Now I can send my monthly reports to y'all every month. I mean, I get them every month. They're in my office. Like I said, our program, they turn in a monthly report. So I will be more than happy to forward, because they're emailed. I can forward those to council just like I forward it to my board.
Okay. And also, when we get the packet, is it possible to get the annual report as well for the programs?
Yes, ma'am. And with you, thank you, Councilor Tucker, for bringing that up. Normally, as you know, last year I ended this with my annual report. I won't have one this year because, again, COVID has messed that up a lot, because a lot of our programs depend on the school system to help with their data, because our kids are in the school system and they use their grades to kind of correct all that. but those are coming in. So hopefully in the next month or so, my annual end of the year cycle will be done, and I can get that back to y'all.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Barnes.
Yes, I'd like to thank Glenn and Toya for this line of questioning, because it's really important to know that the taxpayers' monies are being spent. But let me tell you, I can't imagine of a board that works as hard as you do, Seth. I've been out there, I've seen you go into all the organizations, and not only that, the amount of diligent work that you and the board puts into this. And I think that speaks to the level of success of this program, because there has not been any inference of any impropriety. And it's just through the hard work that I know, that I see you going out, or hours of the evening or whatever, spot checking.
Yes, sir.
And really getting with the programs. Some of the programs that you really may, that I know that you had a concern about, that proved to not be valid, but as a counselor, I appreciate the amount of work that's given. And the work that you're doing is very important, because there's a lot of organizations that for years in the Columbus community had been doing a lot of work with no money. And unfortunately, in this world right now, you cannot do good without having funding. And yes, so I just wanted to appreciate Glenn and Toya's comments, because it's important to assure
yes, sir,
the community that the monies that are being spent is being spent wisely. And I just wanted to let everyone know that. And I appreciate what you and all the other board members do in this regards.
Thank you, Councilor Barnes.
Thank you, Councilor Thomas.
I know we've already been here about an hour, but I think it's really important that the community understands that we're not just handing out money.
No.
When this program was put together, there were a number of requirements that anyone who applied for this money had to meet before they were ever even considered. And
yes,
one of those was, this is not a program to start new programs. You have to have been in the business for at least a year or so in order to qualify. The other piece of this is that every organization has to agree that they will allow an audit by Mr. Redmond, if necessary, of that portion of their budget that deals with this grant. For example, the Boys and Girls Club. They have a lot of programs. We do not require that they let us audit all of those programs.
Right.
It's only the ones that are here. And I know that when this program was put together, there was some misunderstanding by the community about what this is for. Those of you that have been involved in the education community for any length of time know that if we can keep kids particularly busy, we enhance that crime prevention. And so while you may not think that this particular program is necessarily crime prevention, it is if we can keep that group involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I know that when this was first put together in 2009, that was a big part of what we were doing, was making sure there was accountability by not only the organization that was coming forward, but by the board. And we've had some terrific board members over
Most
the
definitely.
years.
Yes, ma'am.
And by Mr. Brown. But this is not something that is, as my mother used to say, entered into lightly and unadvisedly.
No.
It's something that, we've got almost $500,000 here that we're looking at today. And we've got to make sure that that money is spent appropriately, and that it is the people who spend it are accountable. And I think that everybody in this room, not just the counselors, but the folks who are here in the audience and the people who are listening, want you to hold people accountable. And if they're not accountable, then cut off their money. And this is, as you said too, will not pay for the entire program. This is a portion of your program. And all of those things were put into place when this was first put together. And there can be additional requirements if council feels that they are necessary. But I do want the public to know that this is not just well, let's give them $25,000. It's a process that takes months to do. And the people who are on this list, there are a couple of them that I have some questions about, but not, not to a great extent, because I know that you and the board have done the correct thing. And I know that our finance department, Councilor Davis, they don't just write checks. They make you have all the paperwork.
They're quick to call me if there's something wrong.
And they should. That's exactly what they should do. But I do want to make sure that people understand that this is not just well, stand up in front of council and read off this list of names.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. You mentioned something about $20,000, the board saying. Can you reiterate that? Because it kind of went over my head.
It's probably been, I can't remember if it was Dr. Wright was the chair or Chairman Moore was the chair at the time. But the board was discussing, okay, we've got these new programs coming in that they've got some proven effectiveness in something, but this is something they're new trying, and it seems, for lack of a better term, kind of weird. How's this crime prevention? But they had the stats to go with it to say that it would work it had worked in other communities or whatever. So the board said, look, we need to try to figure out how we can monitor this program effectively to see if it could be something that would work. Because on paper, it looks like it can work, and it looks effective. So that's when they came up with the $20,000, because it was just enough money to help them, because most of the programs, our average application is probably around $45,000 to $50,000. So the board felt like, okay, if $20,000, and I think they called it seed money basically. If we give them $20,000, Seth can monitor them, can look over their shoulder, can kind of look at their reports and see, yeah, this is a good program. And then they would come back and say the next year, because you apply year to year with us, you're not guaranteed from year to year. They came back the next year and they said, hey, this program, we've looked at the numbers and this thing is off the charts effective. And then they could potentially give the program more. Now sometimes they keep it at $20,000 because we have so many good ideas flooding the office. So, but that's kind of where the $20,000 came from.
Okay, so the $20,000 is kind of your base number for new applicants.
If they're asking for more than, if they're asking for $12,000 like we've got one, we're not going to give them 20 obviously. So it could be lower, but like I said, the average is $45,000 to $50,000 probably. It's probably the average applicant.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, do you have some comments?
Mr. Mayor, I've heard the conversation, and I know council members are looking for what they're looking for in terms of progress reports and kind of updates, but just a thought that crosses my mind would be a quarterly snapshot on status of crime prevention programs, similar to what the finance director does in terms of a snapshot of finances, and it could be a graph in my mind that would ask a number of questions that would help summarize and make council members comfortable from a governance standpoint. And I just wrote a few questions that could be in a graph or chart, and if you had all the organizations down one side or questions down one side and all the organizations across on the chart, for example, it could ask, has the organization spent funds for intended purpose? And they either have or have not, and you check the box by their name on this graph. Serve the intended purpose. Reach the intended recipient or target population. Program remains staffed as intended. Board remains intact. Leadership remains intact. Percentage of funds expended to date. If it's in the second quarter, at the end of the second quarter, then did they spend 50% or 100% of the funds, or in the first quarter? And typically, our finance director would be able to explain that, something has not happened because it all happens at a certain time of the year. There could be an explanation. And so percentage of funds expended to date, has other funding to support programs. The organization has other funding to support programs and staffing. And there could be a number of other questions, or these may not be good questions, but that could be on one page. And it's a snapshot. And you can come and throw it up on the screen, and the questions are answered with explanation column, if there's an explanation for one, and then you've got an update. Because if you send them the monthly report that you get, I don't know if that's too much information or too much paperwork, or now you got to explain more because of something in that document.
Yes, sir.
And if you've got this many organizations, how much explaining will you have to do? But that's a council decision. That's just a suggestion or a thought from me, and you can take it or leave it.
No, I think it's a good idea to do a quarterly update. We've got a fifth Tuesday every quarter when we do a work session. It might be a great time then to bring in just a snapshot with some critical information, as the city manager was alluding to, and maybe even giving them a grade from your perspective and your board's perspective on how they're doing so far. Okay.
And Mayor, I can get with Angelica with all that extra time she has.
Yes, she
and kind of, see exactly what she's doing. Or you could just, if you could just email it to me, Angelica, I could just look at it. That way I don't bother you with what you're doing, and I could duplicate something along those lines. I mean, it could be as detailed as y'all want it, or as little as you want.
And as the city manager pointed out, I don't think you need to go too deep. I think the council is just looking for how's it doing. Is it hitting the mark? Is it missing the mark? Is it able to be corrected, or is it something that's just going to get farther and farther from the target? So I think it's a great idea.
Yes, sir.
Councilor House?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. It's not why I asked to speak, but I think the quarterly report and the issues the city manager brought up would be great. I was just curious, what's the grand total amount for all of them added together this year?
It should be 750 exactly.
750, okay.
And the only reason I say that is we try to get it as close to that dollar amount as we can. In the past, we tried to hold a reserve. Mayor Tomlinson, the previous administration, wanted something in case something came up. The problem is that really throws a monkey wrench into the process. Then you have people that know the money's there, and then they start almost like petitioning is what we found. And it just turned into a mess. So now we don't leave any funds in reserve. We figure if we're not doing it in that time span, then it doesn't need to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go ahead and continue.
Yes, sir. I think I left off with Bridge. Bridge for $10,000. Bridge is a GED program that deals with severely at-risk individuals, 18 to 23. We've got a lot of GED programs in Columbus, but this one specifically deals with that age group that seem to be struggling to get from point A to point B. We have worked with them for a while. Willie Chambers and I know each other very well. We've cut back on them a little bit only because we've been funding them for a while, and we've had to try to back away to fund other programming, obviously. Building Toward Wellness Community Coalition is a training education program that deals with sex trafficking. They train the individuals within Columbus, like educators, church religious leaders, other functions or bodies like Jack and Jill, those kind of things, to try to look for the signs that a child may be at risk or be actual trafficked. They also work in conjunction, to some extent, if I'm not mistaken, or did, with Micah's Promise, who is also on this list. Changing Faces Within for $15,000 is a program that, for lack of a better term, is almost like a self-esteem guidance program. What they do is they go into the jail to work with women who have gone down the wrong path, and it's typically because they were led there by a man, and this kind of pulls them out of that. They've been abused, they've been, in many cases, sex trafficked of some sort, and so the Changing Faces Within works with them to get them into the right areas to pull them out of the life of crime. What we've seen with the female population is that a lot of times they get there because of their relationships. Excuse me, and that's why you'll see us working with Hope Harbor and Changing Faces Within and some of these other programs that deal with sex trafficking. Cherokee Valley Jail Ministry for $20,000 is the GED program that occurs within the jail. Y'all have heard me say it more than one time that just by implementing the program, we see a 30% decrease in recidivism just if they take the classes. They don't even have to pass the test. Just the application itself, and some of that's a self-esteem aspect as far as a leadership aspect from Neil and his people. That's kind of what we're seeing. Columbus Museum, $25,000. The Columbus Museum works to bring the museum to the people in Warren Williams and Elizabeth Caney. What we found, I live in a bubble sometimes, but what we found is some of these kids have never been to the museum, and they're within walking distance sometimes. So the museum actually started bringing the museum to them and the classes to them to teach the kids about art, science, humanities, that kind of stuff. And it's this year, until COVID, it was extremely successful. They were doing it before us, a year before us, but it's worked out really well. Columbus Community Center, $15,000. A lot of y'all are aware of Columbus Community Center. It is the last place that some of these kids can go as far as being taken care of after school. They do an amazing job. Davita Bynum is still running that organization. She came back to continue to lead them in the right direction, and it is still operating at the same function it's always been. We cut back a little bit on their funding also because we've been funding them for a little while. Columbus Scholars, $20,000. Columbus Scholars is a program that specifically works with at-risk youth. Most of these kids are from single-parent households. They teach college prep like ACT, SAT. They work with tutoring. It's almost like a big brother, big sister program for kids that can excel at a very high level but don't have anybody to tell them that they can excel at a very high level. We've seen multiple kids go through college in this program. It's kind of hard to see it on paper and understand how effective it is, but I know a lot of y'all here are very familiar with the program, but it's extremely effective. Let's see, Columbus Symphony. This is the Making Music Matter program. This was originally funded through EYP, which is a program that we created, Empowering Youth of Columbus. They started the program but could no longer fund it. Eric with the Columbus Symphony Orchestra came to us. He had me come look at it, and Counselor Thomas, who at the time was Mayor Weatherington's executive assistant, she was there for the interview process of where I had to basically design my view of what I felt like the office would be in 5 to 10 years. and this was it. This is a strings program that occurs within the school system, and through my research before I even had this job, I had learned that music, speech, drama, those things can be extremely effective, increasing GPAs, outbursts in class, those kind of things, and they're seeing that with the CSO program. It has been, it has probably been one of our more effective programs next to probably PAIR, the program out of Springer, which is also in that same line. Easter Seals, this is a program I'm really excited about. What people don't know, what I didn't know, maybe y'all know, in the YDC there's a large group there that have developmental delays or disabilities, and they are in the situation they're in because they can't find employment, because they don't know how to. The Easter Seals has developed a program that deals specifically with these young men and women in the YDC to help them become gainfully employed through training. It's really exciting on paper. I mean, I can't say enough about it. It kind of fit right into where we wanted to be from a juvenile standpoint on up into an adult standpoint, especially with reentry and employment aspects. Family Center of Columbus is the FAST program. We've been working with the FAST program for years now. It is a really, really good program that has a component that deals with the family as a whole. It's an after-school program. There's a meal time. There's a counseling time. There's group therapy. There's a lot of components to it. The only reason the monies were decreased this year is because we funded it for so long, and we've just got to continue to whittle away at some of these programs that we've been funding for so long. Flourishing Ladies, for lack of a better description, it is basically the female version of Second Chance Works. We were seeing such an effective output and success from Second Chance Works under Dr. Flowers that he created a female version of this program that does the same stuff, that deals with kids, females, that have been removed from the school system, that are in the alternative school, that are probably going to be expelled at some point. And they have some intensive therapy, training, education to work with these kids to kind of develop them in the right direction. Fountain City Slam, some of y'all are familiar with Fountain City Slam. It is a poetry, writing, speech program that deals with at-risk youth. It also deals with violence, bullying, self-esteem, conflict resolution through basically words. I was not familiar with Poetry Slam until I started researching it. It's pretty cool, kind of like the rap wars that you used to see when I was a kid, but it's done through poetry. So it's very effective. They've had some concerts here, or exhibitions, I guess, in town. Let's see, Girls Inc., $20,000 is the college career prep program. They also do a program called Stride Right, which is a computer program. We've been funding Girls Inc. for a little while. That's why you'll see a little bit of a decrease there. But it is a very effective program. They just had a change in leadership. As most of y'all probably know, their person that was directing that program moved on to other locations, and they didn't miss a beat. Just kept kind of going with it. Let's see, Hope Harbor. Hope Harbor for $23,000. We don't fund the actual Hope Harbor program. We fund the education programs outside of Hope Harbor. They also work in conjunction with several other organizations to educate the community, females, women at risk, to try to help them become not those targets. Like I said, what we've seen statistically with the females that we've seen that become a statistic as far as a crime statistic goes, it's because they've gotten involved with somebody that they shouldn't have gotten involved with. So this program educates them on ways they can prevent themselves from going down that path. As y'all know, Hope Harbor is a place where they can seek refuge, but they also have a very strong advocacy and educational portion, and that's what we focus with our funding. let's see, International Stride Society. International Stride Society is a program that also works with delinquency and expulsion in the at-risk youth, but it deals from a career, technical career component. As we've learned, as we all know probably, all kids aren't destined to go to college. And some of these kids get kind of left by the wayside or fall between the cracks. International Stride Society takes those kids that are at risk from removing themselves from the school system, and it takes them down a career path, encourages them to continue to develop their skills in a technical format so they can be gainfully employed and resist that. What you'll see, a common denominator in several of our programs, but it comes from a different angle, is we're trying to keep these kids in school. We know that that is the key development and the safety net of trying to save these kids. If we can keep them in school and in a regimented aspect of some sort, then we will more than likely prevent them from going into a life of crime, especially if we get them to graduate. If we get them to graduate, we have almost succeeded at keeping them out of that whole aspect. And that's where the trade aspect has come in also with some of these programs, because like we said, we know all these kids aren't going to go to college, but they need gainful employment. You know, Mayor Henderson has said on many times that our crime issues in our city and others is economic in some aspects. If we can change the economics of those areas, we can change the crime pattern. And so that's what we've started focusing on, is trying to change the thought process of these kids, these juveniles, that that's their only path. Let's Grow STEAM. Let's Grow STEAM is it's an expo. They have two components to the STEAM program. One is the soapbox. One is the expo that they do or did at the Trade Center. This year it will be done as a virtual system. They've created a website. They expect a large number of tenants because it's supported by the school system, but it is a program that introduces kids to a wide range of different aspects of how they can continue their life into adulthood, whether it be through the military, through college, through technical programs. When I went last year, they had some trucking firms there that were recruiting kids to become truck drivers, because that has turned into a very lucrative field. And so they were working towards helping these kids kind of find themselves in a lot of venues that they had never thought of, like trucking. And so that's what they will do this year, but it will be through a virtual system because of COVID. Let's see, Literacy Alliance. Literacy Alliance, last year in the past, we have funded the Kindergarten Readiness Program, and we have funded the Adult Literacy Program. This year, the reason you've seen the reduction in it is we will not be funding the Kindergarten Readiness Program because it's been canceled. They don't have access to schools at this point, and so it's only the adult literacy side that we would be funding. Their program has also had a change in leadership. Barbara Mouchon was the director of that program. She's gone on somewhere else, but they also did not miss a beat and have a new director as well working with them. Micah's Promise for $20,000 is also a sex trafficking awareness program through education, but they are a little more hands-on with the actual victims as well as organizations. Bobby Starr has done an amazing job of bringing awareness to the problem that we've seen. She's working throughout the state and with the at the Capitol with our Georgia lawmakers. It is a much bigger problem than any of us, at least I, ever realized until I started working with these programs that we started funding about 2 years ago. And so Micah's Promise is one of those leaders in trying to stop the sex trafficking we're seeing in the state of Georgia. Neighbors focused on African American youth, $30,000. It is a program that occurs in Elizabeth County and Warren Williams. It is an after-school tutoring education program. Cheryl Bursch does an amazing job with these kids. If you've never visited this program, I would really encourage you to. It is what I would love to see in every housing community. What she does is she has programs that tutor the kids as far as just normal general after school work, homework, whatever the case is. But then there's cases where they've got kids that need a little bit more. Like they don't understand their math or they don't understand their science or whatever. She brings in someone, a teacher of that specific coursework, and educates the kids, teaches the kids, walks through them with the process. They also do other stuff that's not related to their current schoolwork, like they do Black History projects during the month of Black History. They also do virtual tours of schools. They do virtual tours of different organizations. They do local field trips of programming. And these are kids that would probably never get to see this kind of stuff outside of a program like Neighborhoods Focused on African American Youth. It is a program that has been in Columbus for a while. I want to say close to 20 years. We've funded them for several years. I can't remember how long, but it's been a several years that we've worked with them, and that's why the reduction again in their amount. Office Dispute Resolution, $21,000. The Office of Dispute Resolution, also known by some as the legitimation station, it works with men to legitimize their relationship with their children. Unbeknownst to me, fathers who have not legitimized their children have very little rights in the state of Georgia. What we know is if there's an active father in the life of that child, it dramatically changes the course of that child. So that's what the Office of Dispute Resolution does, is it does nothing but work with these fathers to build a relationship with those children.
Councilor Thomas.
Mr. Brand, did you say 21,000?
I did. Did I mess that up?
What I've got on here is 17.
Well, that's what it is then. Because what I did not change my paperwork is what I didn't do. It is 17. Because when I saw 21, I thought, I don't think that's right. But okay. That's only, I don't have what y'all have in front of you.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
You. Yes. You've got the contracts and resolutions. I have my notes, and I obviously wrote that down wrong. When I saw it, I thought, that doesn't look right. But I didn't have anything to correct it against. I apologize.
Thank
you for correcting me. The next one is Open Door Community House. The Open Door program deals with children that are well below the poverty line. It's amazing what they do with these kids as far as after-school care and development, and they're teaching them, working with their educational aspects. One of the things that we've seen, if you go talk to some of the counselors that work with kids that are homeless and work in impoverished areas, one of the reasons they can't get to the next grade is because they're too focused on what they're going to eat for that night, or if the power's going to be on, or whatever the case is. These kids in this program, they all pretty much go to the next level. They excel. They also work in a music program that helps them excel. Kim Jenkins does an amazing job at this organization with a lot of partners that also work with them. Let's see. Overflow Outreach. Overflow Outreach is what I wish everybody could be. If you don't know Overflow, please go visit. Go get a haircut. I started working with them 3 years ago. Gerald and Katasha, they basically adopt these kids. It is amazing what they do with children. It really, if you look at it on paper, what Gerald will describe this as is a program where he brings what he calls sweepers in, and they sweep around the barbershop, and they get paid a little bit, and they learn a skill of cutting hair, and they have a place to do homework and that kind of stuff. That's not what it is. These two have turned into parents. I mean, if you go in there, Gerald or Katasha will pull somebody aside and go, Seth, this is such and such, and let me tell you what he or she's doing, or blah, blah, blah. And then when the child walks off, they'll go, Seth, you won't believe how much this child has changed in 1 year. This is what this child was doing a year ago. And I see you smiling, Counselor Tucker. You know. And so it is one of those, I get chills when I talk about Gerald and Katasha. They're just, and they don't just work through this. They would still do this if we never gave them a dime. They'd still be doing this. They also do programming that is outside of the barbershop. They do a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with overflow, that either occurs through leadership or training or something. I can't say enough about overflow and what they do for our community. The next one is a Protege Project, which is $20,000. The Protege Project is a mentoring teaching program that takes referrals from Department of Juvenile Justice and Muskogee County School System. It works with some severely at-risk youth in our community to get them on the right path. And again, you're seeing a theme here. We work with a lot of kids that are on the bubble of being removed from the school system. Like I said, what we're trying to do is keep them involved in school and keep their grades where they need to be. And some of that has to deal with oversight. Unfortunately, you know, as much as we want it not to be true, a lot of these kids don't have anybody at home. Nobody's checking their homework. Nobody's asking them how their day went, none of that stuff. So a lot of these programs become surrogate mom and dads to multiple children. And that's kind of the Protege Project. They also deal with law enforcement. They've got some law enforcement members that work with them to put law enforcement in front of these kids, to teach them that, you know, especially in today's day and age, not every officer is a bad officer. We've got good officers, and so they try to teach that to these children that they can trust. And there's other aspects of it too that are productive to creating community leaders and mentors in themselves. Right from the start, $20,000. We've worked with Right from the Start since it was with the Pastoral Institute, but now, as y'all know, a couple years ago they split off on their own. They do a family wellness program that teaches fathers how to be fathers, basically. That kind of sums it up in a nutshell. What we saw, about 5 years ago, I met with the Pastoral Institute, and I said, you know, one of the things that we're having a problem with is we can provide all these programs in the school, but until I get some of these parents to become better parents, for lack of a better term, I'm going to struggle. And so what Pastoral Institute did was they came up with a program that was modeled after the military program that was being used, that would go into the churches, utilize the churches and in the homes to educate these parents how to be parents. Because I'll never forget what Judge Cohn said to me 10 years ago. He said, Seth, at one time I could look at the grandmother in the court and say, you've got to take control of this family. He said, now I've lost the grandmother. And I've always remembered that the parents, some of these parents just don't know how to be parents. And so the Right from the Start program helps these parents learn how to be parents. It occurs over at South Columbus United Methodist Church and over at some of the rec centers, and there's one other church I'm drawing a blank on that it occurs in, but it occurs inside the community. We said if this is going to work, it's got to occur in their neighborhoods. They've got to feel comfortable to come to there, and Pastor Reggie has been instrumental in helping us work with this also right from the start, and so it's just a great program. Sexual Assault Support Center, $10,000. This program, again, ranks up there with trying to prevent these individuals from becoming statistics. It removes them from the situation or educates them on how to not be part of the situation, and that's why you'll see it within crime prevention. Southern Anti-Racism Network, SPICE, which also is /COT. What we saw in the beginning, last year was the first year that we had funded SPICE, and what they were doing was they were working with children with the Google Chromebooks to educate them on how to use them and providing them with Google Chromebooks. At the time, that seemed like a great idea, but then when COVID hit, it became a brilliant idea because the school system had not gotten Chromebooks out yet, and SPICE was already doing this. So what we saw was the kids that were going through SPICE were actually ahead of the curve because they were already learning how to use these, implement these, do homework on them, that kind of stuff. The COT portion of it, and I know some council people have been to the meetings with COT in the past, is bringing people to the table to discuss some of the issues that we see in Columbus as a whole when it comes to housing, economics, just all kind of things. And it's bringing some people to the table that normally wouldn't be at the table. I had somebody talk to me the other day that said, you know, they brought in somebody from XYZ organization and they discussed these programs that I never even knew existed. One of the things I say that we're probably not the greatest at in Columbus is tooting our own horn or educating the community on what good we can do for others. And I will say that COT is bringing some of those elements to the table to educate the different groups on what is good and what's bad and what can be helpful to our community and its growth. Let's see, Springer Opera House, the PAIR program. If you want me to get talking about PAIR, I'm going to be up here a while. PAIR has done more than I could ever even measure as far as working with our kids. If you want to see the effectiveness of PAIR, go in Fox Elementary and talk to their teachers, their principal. Dr. Scarborough and I have become friends because of PAIR and how effective it is, was and continues to be. They will continue to branch out into other schools. You know, they asked for a significant amount of money this year, and some people might have looked at that and said, this is insane, but it's because of the growth. They want to be in every single school in Columbus, Georgia. We obviously can't afford that, but we still are working with them to provide as much support as we can. It has been amazing working with these kids and watching these kids and using a drama speech type implementation program. I had a board member that was very skeptical. He had just came on to the group, and PAIR had been funded the year before, and he came in mid-cycle, and he's like, I just don't see how this could possibly be an effective program. And I said, look, go with me, or you can go by yourself. I won't say a word, just watch it. And he did. And he came away and became one of the biggest pro-PAIR programs supporters you would ever imagine, because he saw how effective this thing was in person, how it allowed the kids to speak out on issues that were affecting them, how to put it on paper, how to deal with their anger in some aspects and their conflicts without coming to blows. We've seen a reduction in violent outbursts. We've seen an increase in grades. We've seen an increase in social development amongst the kids. It's just been really, really effective. And we also saw through COVID that PAIR didn't miss a beat. They started working with the teachers. They started working with the students through Zoom. They started making visits. So it's been a very effective program. St. Thomas Episcopal Church, or as most of y'all know it, the Boxwood Soccer Program. Calling this a soccer program is probably the dumbest thing I've ever thought of. And Greg's back there behind me somewhere. And the reason I say that is that's not what they do. They do a little bit of everything. When Counselor Barnes actually introduced me to this program, but they started a soccer program in the Boxwood area. Y'all know that we reopened that Boxwood unit probably 8 years ago, I think. The field out there was utilized for soccer programming, and Greg and his group with St. Thomas started this soccer team. This was teaching kids how to play soccer that had no idea what soccer was. So let's just skip forward past the soccer program. When COVID hit, Greg and his wife started calling me and saying, Seth, you know, we can't do the soccer right now, but let me tell you what we want to do. We want to start a community garden program. We want to start a community food pantry. We want to start a reading program. They went down the list of all these things they wanted to do. His wife was going door to door to these kids' houses to make sure they were okay, social distancing, using her mask, but still, also making sure they had food in the house. I mean, these were people that were probably hit the hardest by the COVID situation because they were the first line workers who their restaurants, places, facilities had shut down. So they were going door to door to basically check on these families. So to call it a soccer program is kind of a misleading, doesn't do it respect at all, in my opinion.
Excuse me, Seth. Councilor Barnes.
Sir.
Thank you. This is a prime example of if you have a dream and you're willing to sacrifice and persevere, you can bring it to fruition. I can remember when this couple, Greg and Lisa Herring,
against so much adversity went into this community here. And through a lot of hard work, they had to gain the community's trust, first of all. That's how the soccer came about, to get the interest of the children. But you're right, it has really grown into such an exciting program, not only for the children, but they were thinking beyond that. They were thinking about the totality of what they could do. And you know, as previously mentioned, it goes to show you the really advantage of the crime prevention program. Unfortunately, you can't do anything without having money. They were able to go in, they had a Boxwood Center that they could meet, and they were diligent in driving long distances, even initially, when no one showed up or there was a certain element of distrust. Who are these people coming into the community? We don't know them. And to be perfectly honest with you, the reason I got there was because the parents asked me to check them out, to find out, why are these people knocking on our doors? Why are they asking to see our children? And this couple would just show up, even if nobody drive from Atlanta, if no one even showed up. And they were persistent. And the individuals in the community saw that and started trusting them with their children. And you're right, it was more than soccer, because soccer led to really mentoring them, knowing the children, as you very well said, a lot of the children can't do their homework because electricity is not on, or they're hungry. Well, they started going into the homes and doing things. And of course, everyone knows how much St. Thomas Episcopal Ministry has done in this community, and we're able to really buttress them and to help them. But the church, like every other organization, everyone's feeling the financial crush. And this program really couldn't persist or do what it's doing now if it wasn't for this program, Seth. And I know when I came to you and explained to you about it, as you always do, you're diligent. You were there in the evening hours checking to make sure this program is legitimate. And so this crime prevention program is so vital to so many of the organizations that could be small in numbers, sometimes like Greg and Lisa, 2 people. But then the church started, the members started volunteering and doing things and to sustain this program. But it reaches a point now where this organization needed some extra money to be able to do the tutoring, the education program they had. Now they have branched off into doing things, food for the community, legal assistance, directing individuals who don't know what social service organization to turn to. And good Lord willing that they can get a house in that particular area that they can do a lot more of the things that I know that I'm in discussion with them about. So just to highlight how valuable this crime prevention program is in helping organizations, 2 individuals driving from Atlanta. And look what this has turned out to. And so I'm taking the time to encourage any individual that may feel that maybe their concern or their interest or their program or what the good Lord is speaking to the heart about, to not to lose faith, to clutch on, as my grandmother used to say, fall in the arms of the Lord, and to make a way, as this couple has done. So,
yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Continue, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next is Teen Advisors for $15,000. We don't fund the actual Teen Advisors program. We fund 2 aspects of it, which is the Elevate and the Impact program, which deals with 9th graders and rising middle schoolers. And the reason that is because that was the 2 areas that we saw the most vulnerability as far as these kids go. And it kind of prepares them for that aspect of moving into some waters that can be, like I said, the most vulnerable when it comes to doing things that they probably shouldn't be doing. Drug activity, sexual things, that kind of stuff. So Teen Advisors is instrumental in directing that. The next one I'm really excited about. I'm trying to contain my excitement. Turnaround Columbus Mr. Buckner came to me a while back and told me, I actually had lunch with him, and I say a while back, I mean it's been years back. He told me about a program he had where he had a garden. He taught kids how to sell the products, and I'm sure he's told y'all this story too because he's very proud of it, and he should be. But he basically has done this again. This program that he's doing is a program where he'll work with 40 kids in the elementary school and 5 high schoolers. The J.D. Davis is the target school. They'll be building a garden. They'll sell their products. He's already got the land secured. It's behind Marshall Middle School, or what the old Marshall Middle School. It's also got mentoring aspects, parenting, programming, study skills. I mean, you can go down the list of things that he plans to do with these kids and all the support he's got. This one, I mean, I get excited about all our programs, but this goes right in line with one of those things that most people would look at and say, this just does not sound like crime prevention. And it hits the kids that we need to hit the most because it targets something that they've all been missing. That's what we've seen with music and speech and drama and things. These kids aren't getting this component and they latch onto it. And what happens is, what we've seen is they get so fired up about doing these things, the new things of gardening or selling or learning how to sell or music or whatever, that they do better in school. Because what happens is when they check their grades and they find out, hey, you can't come today because you got in trouble at school or your grades aren't showing or whatever, then that's kind of taken away as a punishment. So what we're seeing is this is kind of like the carrot or the stick program, for lack of a better analogy, to where we're seeing these kids be helped through very different ways. And I think Turnaround Columbus is going to be one of those also. I see Whole Person Ministries is a school-based mentoring program that develops under the system called Men Act This Way. It will occur within Dorothy Heights, J.D. Davis, and Georgetown. It will deal with young children to give them a mentoring program, but it applies a lot of mentors to the problem, almost a one-on-one basis. So it involves several organizations, and it's been in existence for several years, but what we plan to see with it, like I said, is a mentoring, counseling, one-on-one tutoring kind of aspect to it. The Works program is the program that y'all are familiar with under Dr. Flowers that we have seen just tremendous success. I always call him Coach Flowers because that's how I know him. But we've seen tremendous success under the Works program with the kids that are most at risk in our community. It's kind of the same kids that we see in the DPI system. The kids that are probably going to be removed from school, that don't know where they're going. If you want to know some of the horror stories, talk to Dr. Flowers. He deals with a lot of kids that have either been in gang activity or are heading in that path. And he works really hard to mentor these kids. He brings in pretty much any tool he can get his hands on. And when I say tool, I mean adult mentorship to help these young men, because that's what he deals with. He deals with the young men side. He's brought in former professional athletes. He's brought in coaches. He's brought in ministers. He's brought in a little bit of everything. If he feels like he can reach that child, he gets that person in front of them and works with that child on a regular basis. We have seen tremendous success, as has the state of Georgia. They are the talk of the town when it comes to Albany, Macon, some other areas are up in Atlanta area also. So we're not the only ones that have figured out this secret that we can hopefully potentially reach these young children. YMCA of Columbus is a program that we have funded for a couple of years. It is also a mentoring, tutoring program, after-school accountability program that occurs off MLK, the YMCA near MLK. They've had tremendous gains, even though we don't fund it for a large amount of money, as y'all see, $20,000. But it still has that after-school component of educating these young kids after school and mentoring and trying to keep them out of the fray. The last one is Young Life. The Young Life program, many of y'all are familiar with what the normal Young Life program is, and I was too. But what this component does is it works with teen pregnancy and what they call a graduation program. It works in Carver and some other schools, but when I was talking to Lauren about this, I asked her how they were dealing with the whole COVID issue, and she said, we've just kind of kept moving. She said, these girls have become ours, so they have mentors in place that work with these girls individually, and as they work with them, the girls end up trusting these women that they've partnered with. So one of them basically had her had her mentor there when she delivered her child, because that was her family. That had become her family at that point. So what we're seeing with almost all aspects of these programs is that these individuals teaching these programs become almost like surrogate parents. And that's why we look for programs that have multiple volunteers that all have background checks on file, but they have these multiple volunteers that are willing to step in the place of not necessarily a bad parent, but a mom who's working 2 and 3 jobs and can't be there all the time, or a multitude of other situations. So that's what we're trying to do. If we can keep these kids in school, no matter what it takes, that's the key to fixing this problem that we have. And that was my last one, Mayor.
All right, Councilor Barnes.
Now, it might be my bot. Yeah, you missed. I see Liberty Theater. You missed that.
We, Mayor, I pulled, Councilor Barnes, I pulled it because I'd been given some information the other day that I needed to research beforehand. And it's not that I'm pulling it completely, but it's just something that I wasn't exactly comfortable with presenting to y'all until I kind of figured it out.
All right. Seth, and I think council understands, I hope the folks watching understand too, that, I mean, we keep talking about so many issues in our community, and they're not unique to our community. But trying to help folks fight through poverty, through lack of access to education, lack of transportation, lack of access to medical care, lack of adequate housing, and lack of structure for so many of our young people. And all of these programs at some point touch on one or more of those. You've got some of your board folks here. We would love to recognize them, because this is, how many applications did you get? You whittled it down to these?
45 this year. And Mayor, the reason we had, like always, like we have so many, is we have to bring programs in that on paper look great, but I've got to figure out if they can do what they say they're going to do. On paper, it looks like a home run, but we still got to figure that out. And so the board will bring in these new programs so that we can process off the ones that have been there for several years, and then we'll build those programs up, and then those will, as y'all know, this office was created to almost like kickstart some new thinking and development in Columbus, Georgia. Programs that didn't exist before or didn't exist at the level that they do today, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Well, it's Ms. Lorette, thank you for what the board has done. It's been an incredible effort on y'all's part.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're not paid, and y'all work very, very hard at trying to make sure that you've got the money that's available spread across the programs that are going to do the most good for our community. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to add a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson, and good morning, members of the City Council. So yes, I'm Lorraine Moore, Chair of the Crime Prevention Board, and I did want to take opportunity to say a couple of things this morning. First of all, I do want to thank the other members of the Crime Prevention Board. I'm not sure if they're here or not, but they are Captain Joyce Dent Fitzpatrick, who's with the Columbus Police Department, Dr. Angela Vickers-Wards, who's with the school district. You also have Lane Jimerson, local businessman, Keith Weeks, and Joseph LeBranch, who is our Fort Benning liaison. Each one of them, as you mentioned, are committed to working tirelessly and putting in the time necessary to give all of the grant applications their due consideration. We, as you heard, we get applications from a lot of great programs. We do get a few who have no relationship whatsoever to crime prevention, but those that are related are good programs, and some of them started from people who were doing the work with no pay whatsoever. And, you know, we've heard about these programs and we say, hey, there's a crime prevention grant. You ought to apply for additional funds to help with the program. So, again, I do thank the board members for serving and for their commitment. I also want to say thank you to the director, Seth Brown. I think he's in a unique position because, right, he deals with the grant applicants and organizations. And so he gets it from them in terms of sometimes even why their program isn't eligible or why their program doesn't get the amount of funding that they requested. Of course, he also gets questions from us as board members, and we may need him to follow up on information. And then I know that he also responds to council's concerns, but he is a great director, and he facilitates the process tremendously. And so I appreciate you, Seth, for your hard work. Finally, I wanted to say that I sat in the back and listened to the questions and the dialogue from the counselors, and I thank you for those questions, and I thank you for that dialogue. And I want to say we hear you. If there's an opportunity to, number one, to the extent that the applicants and organizations are here this morning, I'm glad that they are able to hear your questions and hear your concerns and know that they are accountable, and that we will make sure that there are checks and balances in place so that they are doing with the funds as they have said that they are going to do, and that they know that when Seth comes to them and says, hey, I need that report, or this report doesn't have in it what it's supposed to have in it, that the organizations understand these aren't rules that Seth is making up. These are rules because these are funds that come from the public and that they are supposed to be accountable. So I appreciate that dialogue so that they know these are not Lorraine Moore's rules as chair. If I have to send that hard email to say why we didn't fund or why we can't continue to fund or why you can't get a payment this quarter, that they understand this is coming from city councilors. I also think it's important, I like the idea, City Manager Hughley, of the quarterly reports, because again, that's just an opportunity for them to be accountable. We feel like we do take a chance on new organizations, and when I say new, I mean not somebody like a Big Brothers or Big Sisters or a YMCA that has an established infrastructure. Right, individuals or organizations that are new, we feel like we do take a chance because they have not had an opportunity to establish themselves. And so to just say, here, take these funds and go do, we don't want to see that. And so to ask them to be accountable to the funds and for the funds and to give quarterly reports, I think is totally reasonable. As I sat back there and listened as well, I even think it might be helpful at the start of the grant application cycle, maybe to have a application workshop. And then that way, the organizations have a clear understanding of what we as a board are looking for in terms of the applications, how it needs to relate to crime prevention, and the reporting requirements so that they know up front, they have a clear understanding of what's required up front. We're here to be transparent, and we don't have any problems being transparent. We have struggled, and as you can see, there's a list of more than 30 organizations who we've recommended for funding, but we have struggled in recent years with programs who are doing good work, but they've been receiving the funds for a number of years. I know, at least myself, I'll speak for myself, and I know some other board members agree. My conception of it was maybe these are funds to kind of help new innovative ideas and programs get started so that they can at least they can get started, seed money, and then continue to grow and apply for outside sources. And so we struggle with whether to continue to fund and at what level to continue to fund organizations who have received funding for 5, 6, 7 straight years. The programs are good, but is that what we want to do. we are open to what you as counselors want to see. Having a list of over 30 organizations, we're open to hearing, do you want to see fewer organizations and increased funding? Are you happy with us trying to spread the money around as best as we can? So those are just some of the things that we deal with as a board as well. But I do want to say that we hear your concerns and we are open, well, not open, we are responsible for implementing your concerns and the things that you want to see with respect to these public funds. Finally, I do want to say, again, thank you to the organizations who applied and who are doing the work of the community. Again, there are a lot of great programs, and I just thank those individuals and the organizations who are willing to give back so much to the community and who have the knowledge and the skills and the time and the willingness to do so. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Moore, we appreciate you and your board, and of course I think Councilor Thomas can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I know at the time the commitment was made through Mayor Weatherington with the OLOST was that this money was going to be returned to the community, requested by the community, for the community. And the intent was that while certainly the legislative arm and the executive branch gives some input into the philosophy, because times change and needs change, but I just want to thank you because it was set up so that there would be no mayor who could come say, all right, Lorraine, I need you to do this, make sure this gets put through. And same thing with council. It is supposed to be an insulated group so that you can react to the needs of the community, and you've got some talented people on there. And it has worked well, but listen, as we said earlier, I don't think it never hurts to kind of take a look at the roadmap, make sure you're still on a path that achieves the things that the community wants achieved. So I can't thank you enough. Councilor Barnes?
Lorraine, I just want to personally take the time to thank you and the other members of the board, because I am cognizant of how much time, and as the mayor mentioned, it's volunteer, the time and the hard work. But you highlighted two things, reference Seth, that I would like to bring up, and I appreciate you doing. First of all, I personally know that Seth has taken the time to go to organizations that he knows in the community, because he is so embedded, as you very well know, in the community, in the things, and in the various organizations that are working in the community, to some of the organizations who have not thought about applying, and to work with them, because he knows that they have something that's definitely good for the community. I also know that he's sat down with organizations that have nothing to do with crime prevention, to sit down and to talk to them and say, you need to be doing this. It's not about crime prevention. You are not about crime prevention, but you are about this here. And then finally, for taking the time, and correct me, Seth, if I'm incorrect, for thinking about, because I have heard in the community, coming out with give me the terminology, rubric?
Yes, sir. We did, you talking about the rubric about the funding aspect of it?
Because I have heard, and I've heard from this council and from other individuals, even though organizations, we have seeded them. And that is really the most important thing that you mentioned, Lorraine, is that individuals do need that seed money. And many of them have been working for years without. But at the same time, there are other organizations coming on board, new organizations that needed to be seeded as well. So for taking the initiative to think about doing something like that, to free up monies, the other organizations in the community who are involved, new organizations coming on board, to free up monies to be able to give them seed money was something that I know that you had spoken to me about and about other individuals, and for coming up with that, I think it's just tremendous, but also shows your commitment, Seth, to this program, and the commitment of the other board members. So again, Lorraine, for other board members, convey personally from me my appreciation for the amount of work and effort and thinking outside of the box also that you all have been doing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Moore, I was sitting here thinking that you have joined a long line of leaders in our community who have served as the chair of this board. Mike Gangman was the first one. Dr. Bob Wright has been a chair. Seth, I'm not sure if those are the only ones, and of course, Ms. Moore. But, Mr. Mayor, we have a number of people, I think, in the audience this morning that are representatives of these organizations, and I'd like to ask them to stand so we can say thank you.
Absolutely. If you represent one of the organizations receiving a grant, please stand.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. We have a resolution for each of those recommendations. I know there has been one that was pulled by the director, delayed for some further evaluation, and that was the Liberty Theater. We can entertain a motion. If there's anybody else would like to have pulled for further discussion, we can do that now. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution. It's a motion by Councilor Woodson, second by the Mayor Pro Tem. Are there any that anybody needs pulled? All right. All in favor of that list, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. All right. It passes unanimously. Seth, thank you for your tireless work on this. I know how much effort you put into it, and we appreciate the depth of knowledge you have on each one of these, and how intimately you get to know not just their mission, but the functionality of how it works. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. With that, we'll move on to the city attorney's agenda. Oh, excuse me. City manager, I'm sorry. It is the city attorney's. It's just listed as city manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Have a fairly short business agenda this morning. First item up is the Metro Parking Management District. I understand we want to get a motion to delay that from Councilor Thomas.
Councilor Thomas, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I was contacted over the weekend by the chair or the president of the Historic District Board, and they're having a board meeting tonight, and they would like for us to delay this until next meeting so that they can discuss some of these and make sure that we got all the things in there that need to be. So I move that we table item number 1 on the city attorney's agenda.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion to the motion to delay? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed say no. All right, that's delayed.
All right, we'll bring that back then in 2 weeks if it's ready at that time. Next item, Mayor, is a zoning public hearing. This one comes for 2900 11th Avenue. It's a zone single-family residential. Proposed use is a triplex, and it comes with a recommendation of denial from the Planning Advisory Commission and the Planning Department based on the future land use as single-family residential. Matthew Haggerty is the petitioner. Is he here this morning? All right. Mr. Haggerty, you want to come on up to the podium and give me your name and address and your plans for the property, and then we'll hear from anybody that is opposed to this.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much. I'm Jason Engelman. I'm the CEO and founder of Freaky Fast Home Buyers and Investments. And Matthew Haggerty is my business partner. And we're actually from Nashville, Tennessee. And a year ago, we started purchasing properties here in Columbus, Georgia. And we purchased this one property in this district thinking that it was a single-family house. And when we went in there, realized that it was once zoned for multifamily, and it was still in that condition. So it had multiple kitchens, multiple bedrooms, and I prefer to restore and rehab these properties to its original condition. Unfortunately for this property, it was in such bad condition that it would just make sense to keep it as a triplex. And I guess when it got denied, some pictures were painted about our company that really bothered me, and so I wanted to kind of clear the air and set the record straight. We were kind of painted as a picture of, you know, this outside company just here in Columbus to make a profit. And, you know, they were upset that we were going to destroy their neighborhood from, you know, these classic historic houses and turning them into triplexes. And then that, you know, our tenants would be drug dealers and prostitutes. That's exactly what they said. And what bothers me is we showed them our properties. Every property we've done, we've rehabbed. We've gone to these neighborhoods, we've put money into these distressed homes and brought them back to life, brought the values up, and then put great quality tenants into these houses, tenants like nurses, teachers, and, you know, people who work for corporate companies here like Aflac. So it really bothered me that they painted this picture that, you know, we were going to just lease it out to, you know, people that are going to destroy the neighborhood. But the other thing that bothered me is the fact that the neighborhood's already in very poor condition, and we're actually there to put money in and bring this value up. And, you know, we didn't realize that they were going to petition, have all these people sign, you know, saying that they disagree with having us do this. But then you look them up and, you know, they're barely paying any property taxes. And they want to make it sound like, you know, they're trying to better the community and that we're just here making a profit. And this year we're going to pay over $70,000 in property taxes for the properties that we've purchased. I've brought in over $6.5 million of private equity money into this community. I plan on bringing up to a total of $25 million by the end of 2021. And, you know, Columbus has been very good to our company, yes, but we've also wanted to give back to the community. We work with Urban Legends. We've partnered up with them. Just recently, an apartment complex burnt down, and we paid for 2 nights of hotels for all the people that lost. We're wanting to work with Urban Legends to help teach kids on how to invest and be, you know, students of financial success and what that takes. So we're wanting to give back to the community. We've employed over 50 civilians in Columbus to work for us. So we're giving back to the community. And all I ask is that you would allow us to, or reconsider and allow us to keep this property as a triplex. Our goal is to rent it out to nurses who are coming in to work for the hospitals are traveling and they're on short-term staff 2-3 months. And we've already done that with an apartment complex that we've purchased in 31906 zip code, I believe, and seen a huge success. So we've put money in, we've brought the value of the apartments up, and now we're getting good quality tenants in there, and that's what we like to do as well. Is there anything else you'd like to say? So thank you for your consideration. I appreciate your time.
Okay, any questions?
Yes,
questions
Councilor
around the
Woodson?
table? All right.
Councilor Woodson?
Yes, I wanted to know, I know the property, your state, and thank you for everything you're doing in our community and coming to Columbus, and you can see the beauty of Columbus.
Absolutely.
That's why many of us like it here and stay here. I do have some concerns with your project.
Okay.
And I was wondering, why couldn't you make it a single home? The reason that's zoned that way, because many years ago, we had a lot of problems in that area. Columbus has too many apartments, and we get a lot of rentals that are not responsible.
Sure.
And this is a community we've been working on for years because it's in a historical area. In 2017, because we didn't want to continue to have lots of renters and, you know, try to clean up the neighborhood, we made that all single housing residential. I like your project. It's fantastic. I appreciate everything you've done in our community. But in this particular area, I'm concerned. I'm not sold on it, for the simple reason is how hard we have been working there are families there that really can't afford to move somewhere else. And then there's some good families there that are fine. And that's a community that we're working with community improvement. We welcome you, but I'm not sure yet if I can support you, to be honest.
Okay.
Because we work, and I'm the district representative. My name is on your petition. I'm not convinced yet because, like I said, we've been working for years on this area to improve it, and that's what we're trying to do. And we welcome people to come to our community, but we want them to see our vision too. Sure. And work with us on our vision. There's a lot of things going on too where we're having a lot of Airbnbs being done, and people are not respecting their neighbors. You know, they're not respecting the quality of life that others want to have, even if they can afford a big home, even if it's a small home. It's the quality of life for them. You know, it's their home. And my job as representative to them is to protect their wants and needs. So maybe we could talk later, but I can tell you at this time, I'm not comfortable because we've been working so hard.
If I may address your concerns, I totally understand that, and we will make great partners. We own several properties in that neighborhood that we've brought up. I'm thinking of, there's 2 properties on 17th Street. There's a property on 14th Street that we've poured $50,000, $60,000 into each property and have brought them back to life. I mean, beautiful historic craftsman style houses. So that is our ultimate goal and mission. I think the thing that really concerned me and bothered me was how we were painted. You know, the people that were fighting us in the historic groups were saying that we're here to, you know, destroy the area and bring in, you know, lower quality of people, I guess, if you want to put it that way. And that's the exact opposite that we're doing. You know, we put our tenants through a good, you know, background check, credit check. We want to make sure that we're bringing these neighborhoods up. And what's funny is, you know, when we first bought the property, right next to us, you know, you have a property where the people have washer and dryers on the front porch and they're doing their laundry right there, and you think it's a junkyard. And, you know, earlier you guys were talking about wanting to clean up the neighborhoods and sending out committees to do that. And immediately we went in, and there was a 50, 60-foot tree that was dead, and just one storm could knock it over onto this neighbor's property. And we immediately had to cut down, I mean, within days of purchasing the property. So we already were going in to better the community, to help our neighbors. And I would love to turn this into a single-family home. The problem is it's already built in such a way that it would cost even more money than what we were originally planning, because it was sold to us under false pretenses. So our idea is to go in there and actually put money into this property that's going to be a nice quality property. You'll drive by it and be pleased with the property. And, you know, I think one of the things that was addressed, a concern, was parking. Well, we have, and that there wouldn't be enough street parking, but we have a driveway in the back with an overhang. So there's places for people to park. And I can assure you that once we're done with this property, you're pleased. It's not that we're just going to put lipstick on a pig, so to speak, but we'll go in, we'll put all new kitchens in there. The exterior will get done properly, so when you drive by, it's going to have beautiful curb appeal. The bathrooms, the floors, I mean, once it's done, it's going to look like an HDTV home, because that's quality of standard that we do. And the reason why we do that is because we have investors who want to give money to be involved in these type of investment opportunities, and then we could turn around and better the community by creating more jobs, by giving people a higher quality of property. I've had tenants walk in through our property saying, man, it's like walking into heaven. And I appreciate those compliments, because that's what we want to do. We want to provide Cadillac-style properties for people who deserve it.
Well, I want you to understand me very clearly. No one's talked to me about your company. I'm not aware of any of your company. My thoughts or feelings are my own, of the hard work that we've been trying to do into that community. Like I said, I'm not sure if I could even support this, but I will make it a purpose for me to go out there and look at it and think about it a little bit more, give you a call, let's talk.
Absolutely.
But
And what I'd like
I
to
don't
do
want
too.
you, I don't want you to think that, you know, messages got to me or whatever, because nobody's contacted me. This is my passion. Anybody that knows me, that knows my district, I'm very passionate about the quality of life. This is my own personal feeling, working in that community and knowing what we have, the struggles we went to and the things that we're going to try to build up our communities. We're very aware of the problems we have and the restrictions, and we welcome any help. But we want people to also envision our dream. And if our dream is a little bit out of style, then show us, but give us that comfort that we need to know that we will be secure, a secure community.
Absolutely.
So please don't take that in mind, because you repeated it twice already, and I want you to know it has nothing to do with it. It's just my passion about my district and my communities that has the concerns here.
Sure.
And thank you for your time. I will get with Rick Jones so I can get your number and you and I can talk aside. So we won't hold up the council much longer. And then we can discuss it and I can get some other people in the community and we can get a better understanding, if you don't mind,
Sure.
before the next reading.
Okay, and we can also take you through some of our properties and show you what we're doing so you get a good understanding of our quality of work.
I will give you all that opportunity.
Fantastic.
I will get with Rick Jones, we will contact you, and then we'll go through that process, okay?
Great. Thank you so much for your time.
And please don't take it personal, offensive, or I listen to anybody. Again, it's just my passion about my district and my community. I want the best for it. And sometimes the best can come with a little pain, and sometimes it's not really the right fit. I don't know, but I'm going to give you the better judgment of it by coming out there, speaking with you, looking at it, and then I will make my decision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. I have several questions for Rick. So this is currently a triplex, correct?
Well, it's a single-family house that was converted into a triplex many years ago, and it hasn't changed, even though the zoning has.
So do we know how it became a triplex from a single family?
Wait a minute. Councilor Crabb, if I can get this thing off, I'll tell you. Councilor Crabb, you may recall, many of council members are still here that may recall back in 2017, the Whaley Terrace neighborhood came to us and said, we want to protect our neighborhood. We see a value in it. We've had a lot of intrusion. We've had a lot of mixed uses going on in there, particularly dealing with multifamily uses more than anything else from that standpoint. And so the thing was that there was a lot of single-family homes that were still operating as single-family, but they were also zoned multifamily, which caused problems, as you may know, in terms of dealing with any type of real estate deal, whether it be trying to get financing for it or whatever the case may be. And so they came to us in 2017. In fact, we actually worked well over a year in terms of making that happen, about coming to us and saying, we want to rezone our property back to single family because we want to protect our neighborhood. We think that there's more value in single family than there is multifamily at this time. Particularly, you'll note that the properties in question this morning was one of the property owners that came to us at that time and said, we want to be rezoned back to single family, which we did. With the understanding that we were trying to protect that neighborhood and guarantee the fact that it would actually raise the value of the property in that area. And these folks could be guaranteed that their single-family homes wouldn't diminish any more than what they already had at this point. So we took that lead, and to the neighbors' effect, they're the ones that came to us and asked for this property to be rezoned, which we've done.
Did this particular, the homeowner prior to this current homeowner, did they specifically ask for
Yes, ma'am.
the zoning change?
Yes, ma'am.
So when they asked for the zoning change, why weren't they, why could we change their zoning, but they didn't have to bring it back to meet those zoning requirements that they just asked for?
I cannot answer your question in terms of what their mindset in terms of what they were going to do with the house after it got rezoned. My understanding, they were going to go back to a single-family use at that point, whether that meant remodeling or whatever the case may be. Yeah, so I've been told, Mr. Johnson's just informed me they were actually renting that house as a single-family unit, not a multifamily unit at the time. So the idea, I guess, was to make sure they were going to bring it in compliance and everything else we were talking about in terms of dealing with the rezoning for that area as a whole.
So technically, you're telling me that they only rented out one portion of the home. They didn't have the whole home rented. It was a potential of 3 rentals, but they only rented 1 in order to fall within the guidelines of the new zoning.
They were just operating the building or the residence only as a single family. They weren't renting it out to multifamily use or multifamilies in that building. That's our understanding.
I'm not familiar with this house.
Okay.
So is there doors that get closed off in order to make it into 3 separate living quarters, or can you have access to the whole house? What makes it a triplex? Is it just closing off doors, or have doors been built, have walls been built where doors used to be so that you can't move between the 3 units?
I cannot answer that question directly to you in terms of what the actual functionality of that building is. I'm sorry.
Can the owner answer that question?
I don't know.
Hi, my name is Matthew Haggerty. I'm the original applicant, and my day job, I'm a structural engineer, licensed in California and Tennessee. When we had purchased the property, we were under the understanding that it actually was being rented out to multiple people. And when you go inside the house, there were walls created. It looked like a house that kind of got cut up. There was 3 separate entrances from the exterior. Walls were put up where doors were. You could access most of the house from any location, but like I said, walls were put where previously they weren't, and then doors were locked at some point, but we ended up removing them.
Did you buy this house sight unseen?
We did, yes. Because it was part of a package with several other homes, and this home in particular, the person selling it to us wasn't going to give us access at that time.
Just to full disclosure here, I'm a real estate agent, and so I see that you took some risk here by buying some property sight unseen.
This particular person, we have bought houses from before, so we knew kind of what we were going to be getting into, that there were probably going to be challenges, and that we would probably have to completely remodel the home. We did not expect to find 3 kitchens when we went into the house. Speaking of just other similar houses in that district that we have worked on, all single-family homes, and we haven't run into issues like this with any of those other homes. But what we have done with those is keep them single-family and have completely redone them inside and outside. And for this building in particular, we just ran into the issue that we ran into. But from a historic perspective, what makes that house historic? I've worked on historic committees in the past, both in California and in Tennessee. We're going to be keeping this house historic. The exterior facade is really what makes this house in particular historic, and we're intending on bringing that back to life. So from a historic standpoint, we're not changing anything historically about this house. It's just what was given to us. We're trying to keep it the way that it was given to us when we bought it.
Have you looked into our ordinances on Airbnbs?
We do own several Airbnbs throughout town as well, and have gone through the permitting process and all of that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll drive by it and take a look at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Ma'am, thank you. Councilor Thomas?
Councilor Crabb, you may know this house. As you're going down 29th Street, you know where the old Columbus Junior High School was that's now the apartments, the senior apartments. If I remember correctly, this house is on the northwest corner across the street from those apartments. It's a big white house. It has a screened-in porch, or it used to. I know all this because I grew up in Waverly Terrace 100 years ago, this house has been a rental for a good bit of the time that I know it. I went to school with the folks that live there. Are you saying that you are going to leave that exterior, or right now there are 3 entrances to the facility, correct?
Correct, there is.
From the outside?
Well, one's the front, one's the side, and then one's the back. So there's 3 doors that lead in.
This is one of those properties that is a very large house. It's a 2-story house. And is it just one?
It's just one.
It looks like 2-story. But it's a very large facility. It's not like some of the very small houses that are in the Waverly Terrace area. And I can understand the desire of the Waverly Terrace historic organization to keep it as much as possible with that historic look. But as you drive from 12th Avenue to Hamilton Road, it's on the right-hand side, right across the street from those senior apartments.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Davis?
Sir, I'm not familiar with any of the comments made about the character of your company or anything like that. So what I'm purely looking at is what I have on paper here. Now, you said, well, what you got on paper here is you've got almost 1/10 of an acre, and you want to turn it into a 3-unit, basically 3-unit multifamily. I mean, that's the request for rezoning. You got a double denial here, and I will let you know that usually we don't see many of these, but usually when it's a double denial, it's got some issues. You know, it's got some matters attached to it. Now, you made the comment that you were sold the property under false pretenses. I don't know what you meant by that, but your partner just said that at one time you were already renting that house as a single-family residential home, which is the current zoning. So what did you mean by that?
Sure, let me clarify that. We purchased it from a gentleman who had bought it through a tax sale. And I was under the impression that it was a single-family house when we purchased it. We drove by it, but we weren't able to get access because of tenant issues. And found out that it was one family that was renting it, but it was like a father and mother and then an adult son, and they were in different parts of the house paying different rents. So then when they moved out and we went in, we realized that it wasn't a single-family house. It had been a house that had been cut up into pretty much a triplex. Even though one family was renting it as one tenant, it was technically 2 families, if you want to call it that, 2 households, because they were living in different parts of the house. So it was, does that clarify your question?
Well, we've got a lot of that going on now anyway. I mean, if that's what people choose to do, whether it's by codes or not, that kind of happens. But one of the problems we have when you get too many people in a house, a single-family home, is parking, is friends, is other attachments that come along with it. And really, when you talk about multifamily, I mean, our codes say that you have to have 2 parking places per tenant, and you're going to have handicap as well. And, you know, I haven't been by the house, but I'm assuming that there's not going to be a lot of room for parking, especially if the attachments come along with it or for whatever reason. Because I have no idea who you're going to promote these units to, but I mean, that's just what happens. Now, I still don't understand the false pretense part. It sounds to me like you're at a point now, you said you bought a package of these homes, several properties?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And it looks like you just want to make a decision to maximize your revenue on this matter.
Well, I mean,
whether it's a single family or multifamily, I mean, you should keep it up to current conditions, so you're going to have to invest in it. I don't know your plan. I really don't know your management model either. You said you're from Tennessee. Do you have a management company here or people that run these houses or these units that you're renting out?
Correct. It's an in-house property management team, so people that work with us who manage it for us.
Out of Tennessee?
No, sir, here in Columbus.
Okay.
So I don't know if you were in here when I had addressed this, but we have an apartment complex that we've rehabbed that we have rented out to traveling nurses coming in, and it's been quite effective. So what we were thinking with this house, I mean, obviously we want to try to maximize revenue. I mean, that's why we do this business. Thing is, it made sense once we walked in. We noticed there's 3 kitchens and all these bathrooms. Instead of ripping those out and then trying to turn them back into bedrooms and stuff, I mean, it's a real funky layout that it might be best for the house and for the money put in to make it really nice 3 units and then rent them out to traveling nurses coming in or potentially college students or, you know, something that would provide people a nice unit. Now, the parking situation, there's a huge driveway in the back that's got an overhang, and there's plenty of space for that. There's a little bit of street parking, but, you know, we've obviously looked at all options. And I think one of the things that we wanted to come and stress was, it was kind of like brought to my attention, I was unable to make it to the last meeting. But the people who are fighting this, the historic district, painted this picture that, you know, we're trying to destroy the community and lower the community. And what's frustrating is we've actually been gracious enough to take them through some of our properties to show them the quality of work in that neighborhood. And every one of our properties, other than this one, is single family. And we've poured a lot of money, $50,000, $60,000 into these properties. And we've put, you know, good quality tenants into these properties. Well, so it was frustrating on my end because it appeared, or it seemed like, that we weren't getting consideration for what we're asking, primarily based off of the picture that was painted of what we're trying to do, and it was a completely false narrative.
Right. Well, look, I don't have a problem with your company or your business model and how you go about doing what you do. I do know here in Columbus, though, when we make commitments to people, we usually try to keep those. And I think the planning director kind of laid it out how things have transpired over time. Now, how that affects your business model, I mean, you know, there's like it was said, there's some risks that come along with that. Sure. We're looking at currently, it's on delay, but we're looking at changes having to enforce parking fines and enforcement in the historic district. And, you know, just you need to know that here, what we deal with, we're on the front line, we're getting the calls all the time, but a situational request like this, it could be an encumbrance on a neighborhood, especially if they're trying to keep the integrity of the neighborhood. So, I mean, it's not that you take it personal, it is somewhat a business risk. And at the same time, you got to figure out how you can make it work. So I just wanted to share that with you, but back to the, you know, you had two entities that gave you a double denial on here, and there's usually some significant reasons for that. So I just wanted to share that with you, that we don't, like I said, I haven't heard anything about the character of your company, and hopefully I trust that you run it in a responsible fashion. So
absolutely.
You know, we want you to continue to do business here in Columbus, but I mean, there's somewhat business obstacles that you have to maneuver through, and this one may be a little challenging for you, but you know, that's kind of you have to kind of absorb that at times.
And I totally understand that, and if that's the decision that's made, then, you know, that's what we'll do. I just, and I've said it 2 or 3 times, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but just wanted to make sure that it was the decision based off what you feel like is best for the community, not based off what was told about our company. And obviously, I guess, from my understanding, you guys weren't even in this. It was another type of meeting where it was voted on. But if that's a decision, then, you know, we'll stick to it, and we'll, you know, do our very best to make, you know, that house as nice as possible and that community nice as possible.
Well, there is a challenge here, but I will make you a commitment. I'll go by there and take a look at it myself. But just on paper, it seems like a very small lot that you're dealing with.
Sure.
So, you know, until I put my eyes on it, right now I'm perceiving there's challenges.
Sure. And, you know, the same offer I made to the council member, anyone's welcome to come through some of our properties. I'd love to show you guys what we're doing to the community. You know, it's our ultimate goal. My wife and I, we've fallen in love with Columbus. We come here just about 2 weeks every month, and it's our goal to actually own a private home for us. We employ over 50 people here. Like, we've really felt like Columbus is a second home, and we really want to pour into the community and make a difference with everybody. Hence why, you know, we've partnered up with Urban Legends, because this is a great opportunity, and this is what makes America great. And so I'm wanting to be involved with the community as much as possible, help out with charities and events, and really, you know, try to add to Columbus instead of taking away.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Crabb, did you have anything else? Oh, that's fine. Gentlemen, let me just tell you that you know, we really are pleased that you're investing in our community. We love anybody that wants to invest in the community, and particularly when they're going to add employees and help generate some additional economic development for us. You know, I think it's unfortunate that emotions sometimes run high in rezoning cases, and I don't doubt that somebody made allegations that are patently untrue about your company to further their initiative. But I will tell you that I'd love to see some of your products, because you certainly make them sound pretty outstanding. And again, we want to thank you for your investment in Columbus, and we appreciate you being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Mayor, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody else who wants to speak in favor of the petition before we move to opposition?
Just a second. The city manager had a comment, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, like you, I'm interested in, you know, I've listened to the owners here, and I too am interested in seeing some of their properties, and so I'm going to make sure that I ask staff to take some photos of their various properties and some of the work that they've done here in Columbus. And at the next meeting, I'd like to share those with you and members of council. I'm interested in the fact that he says he employs over 50 employees, and he's doing business with some company who's leasing his properties, and he and his wife spend 2 weeks out of a month here, and they're thinking about investing in property here. And certainly if they're doing great quality work, I'd be interested in just seeing what they're doing, and would be interested in seeing what they're talking about doing with this piece of property. So I'll make sure that staff do some work and share with you, the council, and the public exactly what they're doing in and around Columbus and all of these properties that they now own. And the fact that they obviously, you have a business license here. And I'd just be interested in learning more about them and what they're doing here in Columbus.
Absolutely. Very good. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney.
All right, anybody in the audience want to speak in favor? All right, anybody opposed? Come on up to the podium, give them your name and address, please, sir, for the record.
Mayor, Council, my name is Mike Johnson. I live at 2418 Peabody Avenue. I'm within the notification area of the home that's applied for rezoning. I'd like to start from dynamically, my little talk's going to change. I apologize if you feel like Waverly Terrace Historic Neighborhood Association has said anything derogatory about Freaky Fast investments, because that was not our intention at all. We factually stated what our intent was, to factually state statistics and known anecdotal information that we have in our neighborhood where we have seen multifamily that's overcrowded houses that have drug issues, parking issues, city ordinance for no noise, that we live this in our neighborhood. Again, apologize. Nothing against Freaky Fast. So let me start with now what I wanted to say. They were gracious enough to send their manager, their local manager, and they escorted us around to some of their properties. We looked inside the properties, outside the properties that they did refurb. They look fantastic. We welcome Freaky Fast to Waverly Terrace Historic Neighborhood District. We want you there. The problem with this house is this. As y'all know and you've been told, we started working within our organization, within the Historic District Neighborhood Association in 2013. What can we do to improve this neighborhood? Because it had gone down. It's much better now than it was back then. One of the ideas was to effectively change rezoning. We started having internal meetings and thinking, how can we do this? And then we got with the Planning Commission. In 2015, we started that arduous process of getting over 25 homes rezoned from multifamily to single family, including this house that's up for rezoning today. The owner of that home at that time rented it out to a single family. It had been rented out to a single family for years. It did not have 3 families in it. Who came up with that floor plan? Who knows? But it was only to one family. And at that time, that owner agreed to and requested rezoning from multifamily to single family. Now, Councilor Thomas, I need to correct you. And that doesn't happen very often. The house you are thinking of is the wrong house. You're talking about the big, beautiful 2-story white house. The Freaky Fast home is across the street from there. It is a single story. On 29th, yes ma'am, yes ma'am. But it's much smaller, I think it's around 15 to 1,800 square foot. Y'all would know more than that. That's been subdivided into 3 residents. And I apologize to Freaky Fast that they got hoodwinked. When they bought that group of homes, sight unseen, they obviously were misrepresented what that home really was all about. So they were caught off guard, on their heels, and I understand that. But we worked for over 2 years with the Planning Commission to get this home rezoned to single family, and finally in 2017 it happened. Here we are in 2020. It does not make sense to revert it back. So I asked the board to deny this rezoning. But let me say to Freaky Fast, we want you in Waverly Terrace. There's over 50% of the homes are multifamily in Waverly Terrace. And we need you because you do quality work. You do you guard against low lives and stuff like that. We get it. We get it. So this is not personal against Freaky Fast. We just don't want to take a step back from doing all that work for years and the Planning Commission helping us so well to take a step back and rezone this house from single family back to multifamily. It just doesn't make sense. So we want you to do work in Waverly Terrace on multifamily homes and rent them out to a dozen people or whatever you got to do, but just not this house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Anybody else out there want to speak? All right, come on up. Ma'am, give me your name and address, please, for the record.
First of all, my name is Libby Smith. I'm president of the Waverly Terrace Historic Neighborhood Association. Thank you for allowing us to come in support of our neighborhood. I want to reinforce what Mike just said. We have never intentionally said anything derogatory regarding Freaky Fast. We did, however, say that most of our problems in our historic district have come because of these historic homes being broken up, turned into apartments. You have people living there for short periods. They're rowdy. We've had problems with drugs, prostitution. It is better now, and we want to keep it better. Our goal as an association is to preserve this historic neighborhood, to protect it, to promote it, and to encourage ownership of these homes. The home that you're talking about, if you drive by it, it looks like a single-family home. There's one entrance on the front porch. There's a side entrance on what looks like used to be a side porch, and there's a rear entrance. There is a single driveway. With these historic homes, people didn't have a lot of cars. They're single driveways. It's a short driveway. That's the only driveway where you can park off-street. So it has been a problem with parking. But we would encourage you to help us to preserve this neighborhood, to restore it. We love these homes. Judy Thomas, she grew up there. She knows what beautiful work has been done on some of these homes. We encourage you to support us in keeping these homes and to encouraging other people to turn them into single families. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith. Anybody else in the room that wants to speak for or against on this petition? Okay, Mayor, that'll close out this hearing. We will bring it back in 2 weeks. I think that's a 5:30 meeting, and we'll vote on this at that time. All right. The next item, Mayor, is the ordinance extending the state of public health emergency in Columbus, Georgia through October 10. That's consistent with the governor's executive order. Also allows virtual meetings and other responses as needed by the mayor. It's ready for adoption, can be done on one reading at this meeting.
Motion for approval from the Mayor Pro Tem and a second from Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Anybody opposed say no. All right, passes.
All right, that has passed. Next item was the non-discrimination ordinance notice that was brought back from a delay last time. I think Councilor Garrett wants to also make a motion for delay on this item.
Councilor Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to delay this indefinitely. I've heard from several councilors. I've actually heard from federal officials. I've heard from churches, schools, feedback in various instances, and I'd like to do the same thing we're doing on the subpoena power ordinance, where we get together a group, including some of the councilors who are opposed, some who are for it, and some of the business stakeholders as well. But I don't want to say a definite date this will come back on the agenda yet until we get that group together, because we did get feedback from the chamber, but I have not heard specific feedback. I'd also like to include possibly for the city attorney's office, if we could get maybe someone from the recorder's court judges, and then Ed Berry has worked with me, and Chief Judge McBride has worked with me some, if they want to send a representative as well. But I'd like to have somebody from recorder's court and Superior Court, because I think they had some concerns about the enforcement mechanisms.
Okay, we'll work with you on a list of those individuals and help you pull that together.
All right, we don't need a vote on that, Mayor. We'll just bring it back at the call of the councilor later on.
Councilor Davis.
Yes, man. I try to want to make this quick, but I got a couple things that are on my mind. And one, I don't want to have really not a discussion. It's just, I think last council meeting, we had a long one and a lot of things that we were dealing with. And we made some decisions that night. Normally we have an opportunity when something comes on first reading, we can think about it. And I just, it's probably more of just the way I see it. And I'm more of a structure guy, not really deep into paperwork and things like that. And so I'd like to recall the mask ordinance that was passed for reconsideration, basically because I just want to change my position on it. And it's not that I'm not in support of it. I just feel like I just gave you the authority from an executive order standpoint, and I still think that is sufficient. An executive order is sufficient, and it's more streamlined and smooth and making changes as we go along. And that's what I'd like to do. And like I said, I'm not looking for discussion or anything. It's more of just an individual decision.
Well, we can certainly bring it up on reconsideration, but it may be a way in the timeline that's passed just to have Councilor Davis's vote changed by the clerk. Is that possible, Ms. City Attorney?
Well, we need to have a vote to allow the reconsideration, and then if council in their discretion wants to allow his vote changed, that would be permissible.
All right, well, there's a motion and a second to reconsider. Any discussion? All in favor of the reconsideration say aye. Anybody opposed say no.
No.
All right, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. In favor of the reconsideration. Councilor Davis, you need to raise your hand, sir.
I'm sorry?
You're in favor of the reconsideration, Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, raise your hands again if you're in favor of the consideration. How many did you have? All 9? Okay. All right. Well, was anybody opposed? Because we heard a no. I guess that one changed. All right. Well, now we'll entertain a motion to on the mask ordinance.
Well, do we want to take a motion just to allow Councilor Davis to change his vote, or do we want to vote up or down on the entire mask ordinance? We can do either.
Councilor Garrett.
I was in the same situation as Councilor Davis, and when I walked back in the room, I didn't realize there wasn't a call for the public to speak, and I know of at least one business owner who came to speak about the mask ordinance and is back here today. That was a concern of mine, because when I walked right back in, I had no idea that no one had called for public discussion. I know somebody had been waiting at the front. I know he's here today again.
Well, we can I guess we can let somebody speak on the ordinance since it's reconsideration.
You can.
Okay, well, if we have somebody here that wants to speak to it, come on up. State your name and your address.
Yes, sir. My name is Michael Dennehy. I own Chattahoochee Southern Brew House on 6th Avenue. My personal address is at 1510 6th Avenue, right across the street. Mayor Henderson and my councilwoman, Mimi, I would like to thank you for the time, and Mr. Garrett, thank you for bringing up the fact that we weren't able to speak on this last week. I apologize. I was unaware that I could just walk right up and speak. Start off by saying that Columbus has been absolutely great to us, and it has been a wonderful move. We've been here in business for about a year. Today I'm here to speak to you about the recent passage of that ordinance. And I tend to agree with what's already been said, which is there is an executive order that is in place, and now we have an ordinance on top of that. So it is essentially passed into law, this mask mandate. This is not what we see from our customers. What we see from our customers, which is about 2,000 customers a month, is not a push for more regulations when it comes to masks. I'll continue by saying I believe everybody here is dealing in absolute good faith. Multiple things can be true at the same time. We can be concerned about health and welfare, and we can disagree with enforcing a new ordinance which essentially gives police authority to enforce the mask mandate. So we do believe that is being dealt with in good faith, but I would say there's a little bit of cynicism on the street, because what we see, what I have seen for the second council meeting in a row, is we start by saying that there's been great news on the front of COVID, and that is great, and everybody here wants that to be the case. But the good news on COVID ends up, the results are that there's additional requirements being put on small businesses and the community. So there's additional restrictions. So even despite the fact that there has been an improvement in the COVID, I just want to point out, I come from the state of New York. I chose to live down here in Columbus. I visit New York often. The policies that are going on in New York and the situation that's going on in New York, they're not matching up at all. And it's creating a lot of cynicism. Granted, we are not in New York. I understand that. I moved here for a reason, because I wanted to be down here in this community. But I would say multiple meetings now, we've started by saying, again, I'll repeat myself, that there have been, the numbers are good, the trends are down, but we're adding restrictions. And I don't see the need to add restrictions, not when we already have an executive order, like you pointed out, Councilman. What I'm asking for as a business owner and a resident is a SMART goal, SMART being an acronym. Specific, measurable, attainable with a realistic time frame. And that's what we don't see right now. A specific, measurable goal. What is the total caseload? What is that trend? Are we hearing that? I'm willing to support more ordinances. I absolutely am. I don't want to see anybody get sick. What I don't want to see is a rolling objective. City Manager, sir, a lot of respect for you and a lot of respect for the way you handle your business. What you brought up, I'd like to see us do something just like that, what you brought up as far as the crime prevention grants and how here are the questions we have and here are the businesses they apply to. I'd like to see that too. I'd like to see that on the temporary ordinance for masks. I'd like to know what the trend is. I think this is the great news, the second meeting in a row that the trend has been the caseload is going down. And I think that's wonderful news. So what is our specific goal? Do we want to see 4 weeks in a row, 2 weeks in a row of a downward trend? Do we have that specific goal? Is it measurable? What are the numbers total? What are the trends? Is it attainable? Of course it is. New York City, hundreds if not thousands a day, and now they're having single digit if not 0 days. So if New York City can get to that point, I know we can too here in the city of Columbus. I'm asking that the ordinances match up with that. I believe with this SMART goal, specific, measurable, attainable, and with a realistic time frame, that goal is going to build trust and get rid of some of the cynicism in the community. And there is, It's just me being honest. There is some cynicism. I'd like to point out the misery index, the CDC of the last 30 days, 40.9% increase in reported mental health issues, 30.9% of those respondents said they had anxiety or depression, 26.3% said they were suffering from trauma or stress, 13.3% began or increased their substance abuse, 10.7% considered suicide in the last 30 days. I'll repeat that, 10.7% have considered suicide in the last 30 days. There is a misery index that goes along with this. It's not just if it only saves one life. I would do any individual action if it would possibly save one life. But we need to take those numbers into consideration. The CDC also reported recently 99.96% chance that we're all going to be just fine. They dropped their recommended 14-day quarantine period for travel out of state. I want to go home and see my parents. I have dying parents. I can't because it's in New York State. Keep Georgia free, and I will stay here. I'll voluntarily keep staying here and pouring my money and my time. I can't go home to New York State right now. They won't let me. I have to sign up. I have to get approval to travel into the state. I have to check in with the local health ministry. And I've been told that people with Georgia plates will get pulled over and will be asked, did you register and how long are you going to stay here? I'm asking that we apply the exact same logic, and it was great logic, the exact same logic that we applied for the crime grants. Let's apply that to the ordinances. It may very well be necessary to add more ordinances until we get over this. I'm just asking that we have a goal, specific, measurable, attainable, with a realistic time frame. And again, my name is Michael Dennehy. I voluntarily chose to move to Columbus, Georgia from New York. I'm proud to be your local brewery owner. Mimi, it's good to see you again, as always, ma'am. And all, pending any questions you might have of me, I am done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, and just a couple things, Maya. By doing away with the ordinance, it still leaves the local executive order for the mask mandate in place. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I am. Yes,
okay.
Very much so.
And just since you asked some specific questions, I'll try to answer those. We did the exact same thing you're talking about. We're trying to use some measurable goals, and we're trying to look at when we needed to enact something of this nature, if we needed to at all. And we were dealing with a couple of unusual circumstances that some of the cities in Georgia are not dealing with. One, we're a border state, or border city. So we've got Alabama just across the bridge. In fact, two of the counties that have been the hottest spots in Alabama are contiguous to Muskogee County. And they have a mask ordinance, a temporary mask ordinance right now. So we knew that there were a couple potential triggering events coming up. We knew that schools are going back in session, and we anticipated an increase in the impact on our numbers. We knew that universities were going back. We knew that we've passed Labor Day weekend. We'll know over the next probably 10 to 14 days whatever impact that had. Hopefully that'll be negligible. And we knew they're going to be getting back involved in some of the sports like high school football and some things that we can't control. So we knew that all of these things should manifest themselves because we watched the numbers from some of the cities in Georgia that had enacted a mask mandate. And we looked at how long it took for there to be any impact on their numbers. And without exception, when we looked at Athens, when we looked at Augusta, when we looked at Savannah, we saw that it was really about 2 to 4 weeks before they started seeing any trending in their numbers going down. And of course, you can't attribute all that to the masks, but you mentioned something that resonated with me because it's the way I feel. If there's something that we can do, and on one hand it hurts some people's feelings of having to wear a mask because they have allowed it to become something it's not, and that's a political weapon in all this, and I have a chance to save one person's life, is it worth doing that? And I get that council doesn't want to cast a vote on this because it is. It's a very difficult decision because you got some very vocal people who are advocating things that on the surface make sense. However, when you take a look at if we can make it through the first week or so of October, after all of these triggering events, then we've been successful. And our goal is not the new cases. We watch the cases, but we understand that the cases are impacted by the number of tests. They're impacted by the reporting mechanism that takes place. And we watch the cases more so for how they're trending versus the tests that are given. They are looking better. But the number we focus on is the hospitalization rate, because that's where kind of the rubber meets the road. If we end up in a situation where we have exhausted the resources to take care of not just COVID patients, but for anybody else who's dealing with another illness that requires hospitalization and acute care. The interesting thing is that the ICU beds are probably less available than they have been, and yet our COVID numbers are plateaued. We're staying at 50, which, by the way, is still higher than our highest point in April when we had our surge. So from our perspective, we don't do anything without talking to our health department, without talking to the CDC, and we use science. We take the information they give us and try to look around corners, which is impossible to do. So we had a choice to make with regards to the mask mandate of turning the water off after the tub has already overflowed, or turning it off before we end up at capacity and we end up in a situation where we're shipping our people out to other hospitals. Now, I'm hopeful that that reality does not come to fruition. But I think that it's the responsibility of elected officials to make decisions that to some are not going to make them happy. But by far, the people that we hear from, they understand. They understand that the mask is an inconvenience for the bulk of us to try to protect those that may end up carrying something home. We talked to the school district. We talked about masks with them because we understood that prior to school going in session, if we could get everybody comfortable wearing these things from time to time, it's less likely that they're going to take something home to mom, or something worse, something to grandpa and grandma. And so we still are going to have that mask mandate in place. I think all we're trying to do is, some of the counselors have decided that I think that they may not want to vote for it, and that's fine. But we still are going to have to deal with this. And in addition to that, there are still requirements in the governor's order that exist whether we have that mask mandate or not. Businesses like yours, your folks, if they're interacting with customers, are still required to wear a face covering.
And they do.
Your folks are still required that if anybody comes in, they're not supposed to stand at the bar. They're supposed to have places to sit.
Right.
If they can't sit, they can't stand at the bar, they have to go to a designated area for service. If we could get, and you've done a good job. I've been to your establishment. I love what you're doing.
You were my very first sale.
Yeah, I was. But if we could get, and I've met with the bar owners from Uptown, and we've notified them that if we could just get people to comply with some of the regulations that are already in place, whether we have a mask ordinance or not, we could mitigate the spread of this stuff. And I just want to make sure you understood that the mask ordinance doesn't go away, even if some of the counselors have reconsidered their vote.
I do, Mr. Mayor, and I think I failed to express where I feel some of the negativity towards it. I don't mind wearing a mask. I think what I personally mind and the customers are what is the criteria for success for us? We're not hearing that. We're not hearing, this is the chart in New York City right now. And I pay attention, again, you've heard it several times. It was 1,200 deaths a day. Yesterday it was 0. What is our criteria for success? I will wear the mask, and I do believe that this is government in sunshine, and I do believe you are dealing with us in good faith. I'm very comfortable with you exercising that executive authority. We're asking, as a public, what is the criteria for us to say we have beaten this. This is success. And is it realistic to say that there will never be another COVID-related death in Columbus ever? No, it's not realistic. So that's what I come to you. I understand completely that there is going to remain Governor Kemp's executive order as well as your own, which we willingly comply with. I'm asking, can we set a criteria by which we will say our goals have been achieved, that we can all agree on, so that you can give us some hope for the future, so that we can look at it and say, we're getting there. Right now, we're not getting that positive feedback loop. I don't know what the goals are. I don't know when we would be able to say we can take the masks off. And I'm sure we all want to take them off. I'm sure all of us do. So.
No, I agree. Trust me, I want to take them off too.
So that's
and you did bring up a very good point. We discussed last week about pulling together a panel made up of medical folks, not folks sitting around here, not folks working in the government, to do a virtual town hall and allow people to ask and let them talk about where we are, bring in people from the Department of Public Health so that folks do have a clear picture of where we're headed. So I appreciate that constructive criticism. We'll look into that.
I appreciate the unscheduled time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else want to be heard?
Mayor, if I might add to that, I just want everybody to understand we're not eliminating the mask mandate, okay? And that was very clear to me the night that it's kind of challenging to ask the questions, and we did everything at the table that night. But you said basically it didn't really matter what council does anyway, that you're going to make that decision. I'm okay with that because I've given the mayor's branch the executive order 3 times now, and I just did it again. And I'm okay with that. I think it needs to be smooth, streamlined, simple, and that's really, kind of my thought process behind this. But I do agree that people need to consider the safety not only for themselves but others in the situations. And I just feel like it would be much better when it's the decision. We're not privy to a lot of information, but when the decision is made that it's time to make a change, I trust that you'll make the decision just as you did in implementing the executive order.
So the only thing we're just trying to be consistent. I know in March when we had some restrictions, we actually got out in front. We were about the second city to do it. We got out in front of the governor. I think I believe I'm right. It was about the second week of March. We put some restrictions on some businesses. We shut down gyms, we shut down barbershops, we shut down bars, and we put maximum number of people. Council voted on that. And that was because we looked at this as a holistic approach to try to keep our community safe. So we were following the same protocol that we did last time because we felt like I'm happy to take that heat. I'm happy to jump out there and do what I think needs to be done. But we had always, in the past, we'd kind of worked together. And so that's the model that I was following. I didn't know that it had changed, but we're happy to do whatever council wants to do. To that end, we've got a motion and a second, I think. We do not have a motion, do we? We already pulled it up for reconsideration. Do we have a motion to defeat or to approve the mask ordinance? Hang on. Yes, ma'am.
Motion. We have a motion and a second to just allow Councilor Davis to change his motion.
Okay, and then I think Councilor Garrett had some issue with that.
Right, and City Attorney Fay was asking, did you want to do a
I just want to make sure my constituent could speak, but speaking to his point and to Councilor Davis's point, I trust you, Mr. Mayor, on your decision on this. Is there a way we could amend the motion so that rather than us having to go through a first and a second reading or meet for council, because it could happen, you could get the data to give you reason to, in late October and November, to want to repeal your executive order? Is there a way we can amend the current ordinance so we can still vote in support of it, but let's say it's on a Monday afternoon and we don't meet for 2 more weeks? that we can give you authority to go ahead and repeal it, even though it's an ordinance?
And I think that you've already given the mayor's office that authority. And I think that's
Okay.
Councilor Davis. What we had done, though, is anytime we make some kind of decision that's going to impact the entire community like that, I mean, we wanted to make sure that we were including council in that decision and in that information. So as it stands right now, if when we get to the 10th, when that executive order state of emergency expires, it's very possible that we will decide that the need for the mask ordinance is no longer. And if that happens, if we're not going to meet right away, we'll do just what we did this last time, and we'll do away with it and then ratify it through a vote of council.
Okay.
Mayor, one more point on that. If we get below 100 cases per 100,000 people for 2 weeks, then the governor's executive order threshold would not be met anymore. So
That's correct.
Okay.
His authorization for us to have that mandate is predicated on a calculation of how many positive cases per 100,000 for a 2-week period.
Okay. Well, you direct the police, so as long as you tell them to not enforce it, that won't be an issue.
Well, we have a motion to allow Councilor Davis to change his vote. Is there any conversation? I'm sorry, Councilor Tucker, is this to the motion?
I was actually wanting to respond to the non-discrimination ordinance.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I'm sorry. All right, well, we have a motion and a second to allow Councilor Davis to change his vote. All in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, vote's changed.
All right, we had one more slight amendment that I thought Councilor Davis wanted to offer on the ordinance itself. Do you still want to offer that, Councilor?
Hang on. There you go.
I do want to make a motion, since again, we did everything pretty quick last council meeting. Upon thinking about it a little bit more in detail, I do want to make a motion to amend. I don't think that, well, first of all, our citizens should not look at this as a punitive implementation of a matter where we're looking to generate revenue on it, okay? But currently, the way the ordinance reads, if anybody gets fined, I don't know. I don't know if anybody's got fined. I don't know if any citations are written. I'm hoping not, that we can communicate and just get people to develop good habits. But if so, I don't think that money should go into the general fund. I think it should go towards the police department, EMS, for personal protection equipment or something. It should be used on the matter that we're talking about. So nobody thinks that if they did get a citation and they have to pay a fine, that the money goes to a purpose versus going into the general fund, which is then, to me, it becomes a way to generate revenue.
Mayor, we've got a short amendment we can read into the record that Councilor Davis would like to see passed. This goes to the civil penalty nature. It reads like this. It would be a new section 3. Any civil penalty collected pursuant to sections 1 or 2 of this ordinance shall be deposited into an account designated for purchase of PPE approved by the Director of Fire and EMS. Again, this is just a civil penalty.
Okay. Is that a form of a motion?
I make a motion.
All right. And for the record, I have no problem with that. I mean, with regards to enforcement of this ordinance, we have, again, the governor says the first contact will be a warning. So we've outfitted our police and our sheriff's deputies with masks, and they have been proactively and aggressively handing the masks out when they see somebody not in compliance. But to my knowledge, there have been no citations written. So we want them to come, and we agree with you. We don't want this to be viewed as a punitive action. We want it to be part of an urging of compliance. And so far, I think in most areas, that's the way it's kind of come across. So we do have a motion. Is there a second?
You want me to read it? Counselor?
Mr. Mayor,
What?
for clarification purposes, was this an amendment to ordinance listed as number 3 on the city attorneys, or is this?
No, this will be a new section 3 and inserted into ordinance number 20-043. And I'll read it one more time at Councilor Thomas's request. Any civil penalty collected pursuant to sections 1 or 2 of this ordinance shall be deposited into an account designated for purchase of PPE approved by the Director of Fire and EMS. That's it.
Okay, and there was a second. I think Councilor Crabb seconded it. All right, so there's a motion second. Any discussion to it? Councilor Crabb, did you?
Yes, I seconded it so I could have this discussion.
Okay.
Why have a fine anyway? Can we just take the fine out?
Well, that's a discretionary call for council to debate some more. I mean, we have a civil penalty in section 1 and 2, and the maximum is $50.
Can we just remove that completely?
Well, I think council can do whatever they wish, but I don't think that's the appropriate way to move forward, just from my personal opinion. I think if you're going to have a whether it's an executive order, whether it's an ordinance, it has to have some kind of punishment.
But you yourself said that no citations have been given and that you're encouraging the police department to hand out masks.
We're encouraging them to comply with the governor's order, which the first contact is a warning where they give them a mask. And we haven't, to my knowledge, issued any citations, which would indicate that the folks, after they talk with them, are coming into compliance. Now, we made it clear too that we recognize that enforcement is a challenge. We've got an understaffed law enforcement agency, so they're not out there roving around in mass task force where they're looking for people. But it's kind of like, I told somebody, it's kind of like speeding. If they're doing their job and they see somebody speeding, they stop them and they issue them a ticket. Same thing, if they're out during their regular beats and somebody is not in compliance, they're going to give them a mask and say, hey, there's an ordinance, you got to comply. And then if that person just throws it back at them, says, I'm not wearing it, then they'll issue them a citation.
Okay.
Councilor Woodson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I have to express my concern. I don't see a problem with the fee. I don't see a problem with the ordinance. It's already an executive. We're not, like you said earlier, we're all not going to agree, but some of the constituents feel more comfortable with an ordinance in place than just an executive order. To me, it's the same thing, either or. Our police department has been very kind and generous and understanding, haven't gotten any citations. I'm a little bit concerned now that we dedicated to one area. I hope citations don't become more priority now to be funded. I have all the faith in the police department. I love them. I've always supported all they wanted. That's why I supported that. But I think that if we keep pressing on these situations, we're going to make a situation that doesn't exist now. We're not, forcing it by just saying, please wear a mask, and we give you a mask. We're not doing citations. There's no money coming into the budget. I hope we're not creating a situation by just trying to make all these changes for something that's going to be probably voided pretty soon here. I'm just beginning to get concerned. I know a lot of people that are happy that we have the mask ordinance. There's businesses that really, if they're following the rules, there's not a problem. It's a time, it's different, but it's going to be okay. So I just had to express that. I hope we don't take this ordinance or this executive order and melt it down to just say, do whatever you want, and our community is not protected anymore. You know, there are some of us who suffered from this disease and are still paranoia, and it wasn't fun. You know, and for those that haven't experienced this, with all due respect to you, you know, we respect your opinion, but also respect those citizens that are concerned about catching it. And so, Mr. Mayor, I might get slapped in the hand or whatever, but I support in what you're doing, and I think you are looking for the best interest of our community. And I respect you for it. And I just had to stress that because I was starting to get anxiety. You know, let's stop this, let's stop that, let's stop this. You know, our community is doing fine. Let's not make so many changes where our numbers are going to go back up again.
Okay, and I will say this. I did just get word that if we do earmark that fine to go to a certain place, that is going to create a fairly sizable challenge for staff to be able to track certain types of cases through the courts. So it appears that, number one, I don't think there's going to be that many. I don't think we're going to have a rash of fines, but I think an amendment to that ordinance that says it's just going to set staff up, I think, for some challenges to try to get that tracked. That's for y'all's information. Councilor Crabb?
Based on that statement right there, I rescind my second.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, so there's a motion to approve with no second as of yet. Councilor Barnes, did you have a... I think what... Yes, sir, I may need the city attorney's help. There was a motion to amend the existing ordinance that said that any of the civil fines that are levied would go towards PPE for our first responders, which is an admirable goal. But staff has indicated that even for a relatively small number and a relatively small amount, it still creates a very serious challenge to track that money. So Councilor Crabb has rescinded her second to the motion. So right now, if nobody seconds it, it'll die for lack of one. Okay, hearing no second, that motion dies.
All right. Well, with that action, Mayor, the ordinance 20-043 will stay on the books as adopted.
Okay, and Councilor Tucker had a question on the earlier discussion on the NDO. Councilor Tucker?
Yes, I was asking to be on the committee as an individual who is for the non-discrimination ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. City
All
Attorney.
right, Mayor, we have one more business item. This is a resolution that would authorize, approve, and ratify execution of a grant agreement with the FAA, the Columbus Airport Commission, and the city as co-sponsors here locally for about $1.3 million worth of improvements at the terminal. And Counselor for the local airport commission, Don Morgan, is here. Is Ms. Clark here? Ms. Amber Clark is here if there are any questions, but this is just FAA wanting us to be a co-sponsor. The city will be held harmless by the airport commission for any
Motion to approve by the Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Garrett. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Anybody opposed, reply with no. All right, it passes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Morgan, Ms. Clark. Mayor, we need an executive session on personnel and litigation that hopefully will be short, but that's all we have listed.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll move to the public agenda. And I think we've got one individual. Attorney David Helmick, representing Waldrop, Mullen, and Callahan, to permit the direct hiring of police by establishments serving food and alcohol, and also the expansion of the downtown security detail into the 1200 block of Broadway. Mr. Helmick, welcome. You'll give your name and your address, and then we'll We'll start the clock, and you've got 5 minutes, and I'll warn you when you've got 1 minute left.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Henderson
Yes, sir.
and Council. David Helmick, 1100 Laurelwood Road. I do represent, want to be clear, I represent James Isaac, my client here at Aiden Restaurant and Lounge. So this is a client-related matter. This council has worked through and been involved in some tough policing questions lately, and we as a country certainly have and continue to. This is not one of those questions. Want to be very clear about that. We are here to talk about increased security for the Aiden Restaurant and Lounge, and in particular the 1200 block of Broadway. We are trying to increase the safety for all of the uptown customers and clientele, particularly the 1200 block, and at the same time increase pay to police, which will hopefully be a benefit to our police officers, providing security to Aiden and similar establishments like Aiden. So a little bit of background before I get back to the original question, which will be permitting direct hire of police for security purposes at restaurant/bars like my client Aiden Restaurant and Lounge. At the downtown, the core of the downtown blocks on Broadway, at the 1000 block of Broadway and the 1100 block, these businesses enjoy wonderful, wonderful security through the Columbus Police Department, as arranged also through Uptown Columbus. We do not want to change that. We want those businesses to continue to enjoy that exceptional security, which is wonderful for Uptown and wonderful for their establishments. The issue for us, for my client, is that benefit, that security does not extend to the 1200 block, which is where Aiden is located. So when you have customers going downtown later into the evening, you will have a great security presence at, again, the 1000 and the 1100 blocks, for instance. When you go to the 1200 block, though, it is not there. And so as a customer and as a general public, you feel less safe, if you will, in that area with a decreased presence than you do in the other ones that have this wonderful security. So we're trying to level that playing field so you don't have other businesses having, favoritism is not the correct word, but we want the appearance to be all the same, the security to be consistent throughout those various blocks without taking anything away. So then we have that, and then we have the issue about direct hires. So shifting to just simple direct hires of police officers at an establishment such as Aiden that does sell alcohol and also sells food is if you have 49% of alcohol sales at your establishment, you are permitted to directly hire police to work at your establishment. But if you have 51% of alcohol sales, you cannot. So we stand here before this council to request, and before Mayor Henderson, to request that be changed. So Aiden Restaurant and Lounge, certainly any establishments like Aiden, can have direct hires of police officers to increase security at their establishment and in their general area, and to just improve their businesses all in all. So we think that this is a win-win. We're asking for the support of Mayor Henderson and the council for that. My client, Mr. Isaacs, is involved in similar establishments in Atlanta that are permitted. They are permitted to have this direct hire of police officers, and it benefits them, and it benefits the customers, and it benefits the businesses all in all. So we think that this is a win-win. We're asking for support of the council to level the playing fields and to have this great security everywhere throughout Uptown, to the benefit of all the customers at Uptown and all the businesses. So I think I even have a few seconds left, but that will conclude my presentation, but I certainly want to make sure that we've answered any questions that the Mayor Henderson and Council may have.
Hey, Mr. Helmut, there are a few questions, and we'll get to those. But a couple of points I want to make is you mentioned that the security provided through the Columbus Police Department, coordinated by Uptown. It's actually provided by Uptown, Inc., who contracts with the Columbus Police Department to patrol that entire area to kind of provide security. And you and I have had this conversation. I think the challenge is a long-standing practice that on the surface I agree with, and that is that a police officer hired directly by a club, and your client is licensed as a restaurant and a lounge, but I think it's pretty obvious towards the end of the evening which activity kind of takes precedent. And our police department has never contracted directly with a bar or with a lounge, mainly because of I think one of the biggest concern they expressed was the appearance of conflict of interest. If they're working at a bar and somebody comes out and they might have had too much to drink, and that's obvious, that puts the police officer who's employed for that moment by the lounge in sort of a tough spot. One of the things I suggested to you, because if I remember, Uptown did not have the budget, I think, to cover that entire area. And one of the things I think you and I talked about, and I don't know if this is possible, it may not work, we'd have to ask to the city attorney, but where perhaps since Club Aiden is going to be funding this for themselves anyway, would it work if they just paid for the additional cost of hiring additional officers by Uptown and then let them patrol that other end? I don't know. I'm trying to help you guys come up with some solutions, because it appears to me that the big issue is with Uptown.
And if I may, Mayor, I did also speak to Uptown. I spoke to Mr. Lunsford. He was very helpful, but the police department was not willing to break up the officers already providing security there and allow them into the 1200 block. They are keeping them in that specific vicinity, which excludes the 1200 block and my client. So
wasn't that if they had just the same number of police officers? What if because if your client was going to hire a couple of extra, why would you not hire those extra and let them? And maybe that's what they were objecting to. It's first I've heard of that.
Well, and there was a discussion about my client paying for all of it, and it was going to come at a very, very large cost. I'm not going to put the financial figure on the record here, but suffice to say that the simplest way of streamlining all of this and that we're asking for is just to permit us to hire one, for instance, directly. And I understand the issue about a bar, a traditional bar, but again, I get back to the point of even if we had 49% alcohol sales, we would be able to hire directly. So please go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. So if you had 49% of alcohol sales.
Correct. Okay. So we get to this line that I think doesn't serve a purpose. This what I call it an arbitrary line where a business like Applebee's, which also serves a large amount of alcohol and food, can directly hire Columbus Police and pay Columbus Police directly, where Aiden cannot, just because of this 50-50 line, where other areas have looked at that and do permit direct hires for situations like ours.
Councilor Barnes, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. David, could you just repeat for me your request? That's one. And secondly, I'll let the final from the city attorney. What would preclude that happening?
Thank you, Councilor Barnes. Our request is to permit the direct hire of police officers for security purposes, okay, for the Aiden Restaurant and Lounge, and certainly any businesses that are in that same situation as Aiden is, whether that be zoning or whatever. Just allowing the direct hire of police officers, Councilor.
And so I'd like the city attorney to respond to that, to see if what are the obstacles to something like that happening?
Well, Councilor, the request goes against the long-standing policy of the police department of letting its employees also work off-duty for an alcohol establishment in the category of bar or nightclub. That's just a policy of the police department. And I think the mayor alluded to that long-standing policy. It would have to be changed, and that would certainly be a matter for deliberation.
So basically what I'm hearing from you, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just a Department of Police policy that's precluding that? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Then why don't we, what I would like to do, and I think that what you're saying, David, is it makes common sense to me.
Yes, sir.
And I've never been one to discuss something as a policy to preclude change. And so could we get somebody from the police department so we can discuss this here and find out if there's any salient reason why something like this can't happen? Because it's affecting a certain area of downtown, and of course, it does impact his business, because if a person doesn't feel safe, they're not going to go. To me, I think we're cutting off a nose to spite our face if we don't at least consider that, because if we want to be bringing revenue into the city, to me, it just makes common sense. And common sense to me a lot of times trumps a lot of policy that we might need to review. So let us do that. I would like to make that, can I make that a motion?
We'll just get a group together. We'll get the police chief, and
yes,
and we'll have a discussion about it. We'll see if we can't get the parties together and find out exactly what the
does that work for
what
you,
the
David?
reason is.
I think it does. Yes.
And I'm only saying because it just stands to reason for two reasons. If we're going to be encouraging people to come into uptown, we need to make sure that they feel comfortable. If they're not feeling comfortable, then it's two things. We're not getting the revenue from it, which is cutting off our nose to spite our face because of a policy. And so I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, if we do that.
We'll do that, because there's got to be some reason they had that policy in the first place.
That's right.
Dave, we'll do that. We'll give you a call, and we'll try to, we'll socially distance, maybe meet at my office or something. We'll talk about it. We'll include Councilor Barnes.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Council. Unless there are any other questions?
Oh, there is. Councilor Woodson.
I just wanted to suggest to the mayor to get, I'm not sure if it was the finance department or who was it. I think this is a federal law that came down where you couldn't hire police officers directly any longer. Because I ran into that similar situation on another case. So I'm happy to be interested to see what happens, but I just wanted to bring that to somebody's attention. I don't know if it was the city attorney that told me that, but I know a situation like this had came before, and they said it was a federal law or a state law that came down where we can hire police officers personally. They have to go through an agency or something.
We'll get it answered, Councilor.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
David, I think that's it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. City Manager, your agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a few items and then several updates. First, Mayor, I know that Mr. Larry Campbell is here from the retiree group, and just to acknowledge him and he can step forward. I think this should be an easy one. To let you know that we considered two vendors. They made bids for health coverage. We had Anthem Insurance and United Healthcare. United Healthcare presented another strong bid for coverage for calendar year 2021. The post-65 retiree health insurance costs will be reduced by 22% in 2021, and there are no plan design changes. And so a note is that when a reduction in plan cost means the cost for the city will be reduced by 22% in 2021. The retiree's monthly premium rate will be $101.25 a month for the city subsidized retiree group hired prior to July 1, 2001. I'll say that twice. The retiree's monthly premium rate, for those listening, will be $101.25 a month for the city subsidized retiree group hired prior to July 1, 2001, and $135 for the unsubsidized retiree group hired on or after July 1, 2021. So $135 for the unsubsidized retiree group hired on or after July 1, 2021. The out-of-pocket maximum will remain at $1,000 annually. The out-of-pocket maximum will remain at $1,000 annually. Because of the United Healthcare's competitive bid, their excellent customer service, stability, and consistency, it was determined to remain with United Healthcare, and we're asking you to approve moving forward with this.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no.
Mr. Campbell, did you want to make any comments?
Mr. Campbell, welcome.
Not good morning. Good afternoon. It's hard to believe it's been a year since I was here, or not here, but you get the idea. I do want to take a moment to say that, we appreciate the efforts of council, and this has been a strange year to say the least. And we want to especially thank Retha and the folks at HR, and then the working with the committee members, and her staff, and the folks with Shaw. It's not Shaw Hang, it's NFP. Is that right? Yeah, NFP, that work with the committee in putting together this proposal and the helping us work through the process. It's a great year for the retirees, and that we're going to save a little money. It's good for the city and good for the employees. And again, we're especially happy with the $1,000 out-of-pocket maximum. So that's a great plus for the retirees. Look forward to another great year with the association and the retirees, and working with Retha and her folks. And I look forward to seeing you all again next year. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
And I do, Mayor, want to thank our HR Director, Retha Hollowell, and our consultants. This is about the third year or so that I've been able to share this good news with you, and the retirees have been able to enjoy the good news, Mr. Campbell, because they've had no increase. They've had, in fact, a decrease, as you can see here. And so, as Mr. Campbell said, it's good for the retiree, and it's good for the city as well. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you for all of your years of service here in the city.
Appreciate it. It's been an honor. Thank you all.
The next item, Mayor and Council, I've got is a donation of 2 file cabinets to...
Motion to approve and a second. I think the motion was from Councilor Crabb, and the second was Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. That's approved.
And, Mr. Mayor, we'd like to say thank you to the Riverdale Porterdale Cemetery Foundation, Inc., for this donation. The third item I have today is the fiscal year 21 local government and improvement grant. We know it as LMIG. And we're requesting approval to submit an application and accept the FY21 local government and improvement grant from the Georgia Department of Transportation. The proposal is to use the funds toward the intersection improvement along Buena Vista Road.
Motion approved from Councilor House and a second from Councilor Crabb. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, say no. That passes.
And that's at the Columbus Spiderweb. Got a few purchases. I've got playground mulch on an as-needed basis, estimated contract.
All right, there's a motion for Councilor House and a second for Councilor Woodson to move A through D. Anybody need any of those pulled for further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Mr. City Manager, if you would read through those, please,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir.
They are approved.
Again, playground mulch, electrical fixtures, parts and supplies on an as-needed basis. We've got contract extension for pest control services through November 30th of this year. And then traffic sign materials on an as-needed basis for an estimated annual contract value of $50,000. I've got a few updates, Mayor. You've heard from the quality control team update. I've got Georgia Power electric vehicle charging stations. I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin to come forward with that. And then we will have Riverwalk, Gabion Wall replacement. And then we'll have a brief sales tax update for the month of July. And then we'll have a CARES Act update. So,
Okay.
Deputy City Manager Goodwin.
I think Mr. Watkins is here from Georgia Power as well.
Yes.
We've got one counselor very quickly. Councilor Davis?
Mr. City Manager, if you would, before you go into your presentations, if you'd allow me to just say a few words on the matter, and it kind of, the opportunity kind of came up just looking at the GOT LMIG. I've been receiving a lot of calls on a matter, and I don't think a lot of people are familiar with this, but there is scheduled, I think it's on pause right now, it's on the back burner, but I received a lot of calls where it's scheduled to rebuild a bridge out on River Road. It's past Biggers Road. There's a section of the road that I remember back when the first time I came to Columbus, goes 40 plus years ago. It was some of the one spot in this whole community that really, really touched me because it was just so beautiful. I mean, it was just like riding through a cavern of trees, a cave of trees there. But there's a section there that's really scenic, and I think everybody knows the area I'm talking about. You got large, majestic trees there, just beautiful trees. It's just a gorgeous piece of highway. Well, there's a bridge there that's going to be replaced by DOT. Now, I've been told that there's some discussion going on. It's on pause right now, and they're trying to figure out how to make it work. But in constructing a new bridge there and replacing that bridge, it would take out a large majority of the scenic highway and those trees that's there. It's just a beautiful stretch of trees. I think they're going back to relook at that and maybe trying to find some options. But the reason I bring it up here is I would hope that our staff, I don't even know if our staff was aware of it. Maybe they knew the bridge was going to be replaced, but to what detail, maybe not. But I would hope that our staff would maybe confirm that about our concerns about that section of highway, and that they could maybe find a way to do it in such a manner that it wouldn't impact and we'll never be able to have that portion of highway again the way it is today. So I'm hoping that we can encourage them to do that. I know they're relooking at it, but I needed to say that because I don't think any of the council members, Mayor, you may not even be aware of it, but that is a concern. It's a concern of mine, and probably most everybody in the community, if you've driven out that way, it's just a gorgeous area, one to be remembered.
Yeah, I did receive some calls on it, and you're right. It's one of the last remaining true canopies that you drive through, and it's one of the prettiest pieces of a very pretty drive heading out there. I do know that some of our state legislators are looking at it because of the beauty and what it adds to the community. So, I think it's a great request. If our staff would just look and see if there's anything that we could put with it supporting some type of alternative measure to that bridge. So thank you for bringing
And
that.
Mayor, just to give input or just keep us updated on what's going on so we don't have to make calls all the time and worry.
Thank you, sir. All right, Deputy City Manager Goodwin.
Thank you. We are pleased to be able to partner with Georgia Power through their community charging program. If you recall, we do have currently 2 fast charging stations located at the corner of Broadway and 11th Street. Those stations were installed back in 2015, and they were donated by Headquarter Nissan. And so we're excited to be able to, when we even got those in, we were very excited, of course. But within the last year or so, they have not been operational due to software network issues, and through green lots, they were not able to continue that particular station, and that one as well as others that they have had installed due to cost, low performing stations. But now that we are looking to partner with Georgia Power, there are some great opportunities for that to be restored as well as others. And so with that, I'd like to introduce to you Lisa Smith, who is the West Region Vice President of Georgia Power, and she has a team with her who's going to share with you what those opportunities are. And so with that, Ms. Smith.
Lisa, I apologize. I did not see you sitting over there.
No,
Besides, Robert paid me
apologies
to
needed.
mention his name. So.
Oh, no apologies. Everybody knows Robert. So thank you, Deputy Goodwin. To the mayor, to City Manager Hughley, and all of the council members, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am Lisa Smith, Vice President for West Region for Georgia Power. With me, I have Robert Watkins, who is our External Affairs Manager. We also have Brad Norman, who is a Senior Market Specialist. As Deputy Goodwin said, we are here to share some information about electric charging stations. Hopefully you all know that we want to be more than just your electric provider. We want to be partners with you in the community as we continue to develop and grow. And we see these opportunities for charging stations as a way to continue to support this community, not only our citizens and visitors, but as you look at the state, a way for us, Columbus, to be a part of the connectivity across the state. So with that, I will turn it over to Brad Norman, who is going to share more information about our charging stations. Thank you again.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having us. Can we keep the presentation up as a guide? So really today, the opportunity, we can go down any rabbit hole about this technology and how quickly it's advancing and the year-over-year significant growth of electrification and the money that's being poured into state governments. We are not California. We do not have mandates or legislative support, but I am extremely proud of the work that the state of Georgia has done in deploying this infrastructure, because this is truly an opportunity of This is really truly an opportunity that if you build it, they will come. Without charging stations, the cars have no way of fuel, therefore no way of traveling. So today's an opportunity to kind of give a snapshot of this charging infrastructure in the Columbus and Muskogee area. Bring awareness to, as the Deputy City Council mentioned, the station at 11th and Broadway, and a unique opportunity about how Georgia Power is leading away in deploying infrastructure across the state, and an opportunity to bring more stations to this city. So really quickly, I'd have to go through a quick EV charging 101. while these all deliver a charge to a vehicle, it's truly driven by the application and the speed at which it delivers that charge. And so we can get very deep into the nuances of this technology and the different architecture behind the charging stations and some of the fallacies that are out there. But a lot of the research that Georgia Power has done through our own testing behind our fence and then our deployments with our customers, we have a lot of experience in representing the right product, right product for the right application. And so primarily today we're going to talk about 208 volt charging, level 2 stations, and the 480 volt fast charging, which you do have the one down on 11th and Broadway. So on the left side of the screen, you have these orange dots. Those are fast chargers. This is a publicly available source of information for you at plugshare.com. It's a user-owned app that lists all charging stations. It's highly filtered. But the fast chargers are predominantly available to help connect communities. That session is going to last in between 15 and 45 minutes. On the right side of the screen, you have the green dots. Those are your level 2 chargers. That's traditionally what you might find at a city center, a office building, or a retail establishment, somewhere where a person will be spending time roughly between an hour to 3 hours of time. And then down at Fort Benning, they do have a number of level 2s that they have as restricted access. So when we think about EV adoption over the next couple of years and doing predictive modeling based on income, highway corridor travel patterns, there are any number of metrics that go into this. We do see continued growth in the Muskogee County and downtown Columbus area. The blue dots represent existing registrations. To date, there's been over 35,000 EV registrations. I would say there's roughly around 25,000 active. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Georgia lost its state tax credit a few years back. And so I want to bring awareness to 2 projects that are currently underway. On the right side of the screen, you see the blue star. That is an active construction project. That project is being funded by Georgia Power. The Public Service Commission saw the leadership of Georgia Power's pilot program from 2014, where we deployed 37 fast chargers across the state. And when you think about the high cost of investment of fast charging technology, over $100,000 per site on average, the utilities really have an opportunity to bring these stations to cities and connect the state of Georgia. And so with Schuster's Enterprise, a Columbus-based enterprise, we are putting the 2 fast chargers at the Burger King, and that project should be completed by the end of this week. I understand that they mounted the equipment today and are calling in final inspection tomorrow. And that's on Bradley Drive, or Bradley Park exit. And then at the Target, same street, Tesla is planning a supercharger infrastructure project in early next year. That project's been on the books for over a year now, but just working through the process of permitting and getting the project lined up. We expect that to go to construction early next year. But I do want to pay attention to the station in downtown Columbus that you see is marked publicly with the maintenance symbol. That station has been out of service for the last year. In large part, that is due to the issues with the station was donated, so there's really been no financial investment into the upkeep of that station. There has been a breakup, so to speak, between the network and the hardware manufacturer. So think about your cellular plan not working with your phone manufacturer. And so really this has been a detriment to that driver experience, as drivers are depending on this station to meet their travel needs. And so here's a picture of the station, again donated in 2015 by Headquarters Nissan, installed it with some funding, some DOE funding at that time as well. It is only one charging station. It is considered a fast charger, and what is unique about this station is it's powered at 208 volt, which is an uncommon voltage for fast charging, and really there's very limited options to do a replacement at that same voltage and get that same speed. It would be a significant cost either to the city or to the utility to bring in 480 to that spot. And so I do want to present an option to you. If it was asked of what could we do to rip and replace that unit, Georgia Power brought a contractor on site that's fully vetted. We could remove that station, a turnkey project, and put in 5 years of network and warranty services through a vertically integrated company, and that cost would be roughly $19,000. The city would retain ownership. They would just contract directly with Georgia Power's vendor. But I think the unique opportunity is, given that the PSC has allotted $6 million to Georgia Power over the next 2.5 years to continue its deployment of utility-owned and operated infrastructure, I am making the offer that Georgia Power assume that metered service point, where we would then take on those energy costs, and we would cover the cost of that equipment and operations for a 10-year period. It is no longer a fast charger. It is a level 2. Again, going back to the application and the nuances that is 208 volt service, not 480. And so there's a quick depiction of what that would look like. We do call out for a custom painting of those spaces as green. We know that the stencil there is almost completely worn, and that as vehicles park over just a regular stencil, it is blocked and can't be seen. We're proponents for signage and obviously putting in some sort of protective device as bollards. It's also interesting to note that that charging station today, as it was currently installed, does not meet code. There is no external breaker or disconnect should there be an event. And so we would bring that up to code by relocating that meter service. It's currently behind the existing station on a very low mount pedestal. We would keep it in close proximity and bring it up to code. Again, Georgia Power is willing to bring forth a contractor that can do that work on behalf of the city, or Georgia Power can assume that station, make those improvements through our community charging program, much like is being funded at the Burger King on Bradley Park. And lastly, when you look at the state of Georgia and the need for infrastructure, I believe it's exit 7 on I-185 near Columbus State University has been identified as another needed location for fast charging infrastructure. My role in the electric transportation, among many of the hats that I wear, is leading this program. I am actively scouting this investment of $6 million, running it as a business to make sure that we prudently spend these dollars to get as many stations in the ground. We think that this $6 million is going to net somewhere between 30 to 35 stations across the state. And Columbus is in desperate need of this infrastructure when you think about the corridor travel north and south from Metro Atlanta down to the Panhandle. And for that, I really open up for questions.
So Mr. Mayor and Council, let me first of all thank Georgia Power for being here. I actually, Mayor, was having a lunch with Jay Alexander. We all know Jay, and with Lisa Smith and with you, Mayor, in a different location at the table. And we were talking about charging stations. And of course, I don't think he minds me saying he drives an electrical powered vehicle. And we were talking about where he could charge at, and we were talking about the Atlanta area, and then you start talking about Augusta, and you start talking about Savannah, and there he was on his cell phone showing me the charging stations in all these other communities, and then he was showing me what we have in Columbus, and it wasn't a good look. It certainly got my attention because we should have, as the second largest city, all of the benefits and amenities that they have in Augusta and Savannah and even in the metro area. And so Lisa Smith started talking to me about Georgia Power and their program, and we convened a Zoom meeting a couple of weeks thereafter, and they started sharing with me what the future looks like for Columbus. And so we end up here today, and of course, you know, we were proud of the one that we had on 11th and Broad downtown, and it's no longer functional. And you've talked about how we can bring that one back. And certainly, I'm interested, I hope we're interested in making sure that we're not left out when it comes to technology, and because we've got people here with electrical vehicles, and we don't want them to have to go all the way to Dublin somewhere to get a fast charge.
LaGrange.
And, well, LaGrange, I know that when we were talking about who has it and who does not. And LaGrange and Dublin, I believe, also got some stuff. And I'm like, why not Columbus? And so here we are. And so you were mentioning the 19K to get the station back to where it needs to be.
Should the city wish to retain ownership of charging infrastructure, because you are paying for that metered service,
yes,
it would be roughly a $19,000 cost to rip and replace, bring up to code, put in new hardware, put on a 5-year network and warranty package on that. You would retain ownership of that. You would collect those session revenues from those drivers who interact with that station. Or the alternative is to fold it into the Georgia Power program, and we would assume those costs.
Sure. So, so I wanted him to say that again because, I mean, I'm always interested, I am, in Georgia Power assuming cost.
Well, I'll tell you this. So when I looked at this opportunity, my focus is on fast charging. This opportunity in downtown Columbus is not a fast charger replacement because of the voltage issues there. I'm looking at this as a way to bring the Georgia Power program, take on the cost to upgrade that service as well, and really fold that in as we look to connect communities and enable its adoption.
So, Mayor and Council, I wanted to have this conversation because I was hopeful that you are in agreement that we don't need to be looking in the rearview mirror or looking at other communities, LaGrange and others who can service their citizens with these types of vehicles, and we don't have the infrastructure in place in our amazing Columbus, Georgia. So I'll yield, and maybe you guys have.
Listen, I agree with you 100%. Karen, my wife, used to have a total electric vehicle about 5-6 years ago. And we had to, I mean, it was kind of a thrill ride trying to plan to go to LaGrange to recharge and then go to, I think there was one in Noonan, just around Noonan, Union City. You could recharge there, and then you could recharge anywhere in Atlanta. But, yeah, we definitely need to have more options. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. Do you have an estimated annual income on one of these charging stations?
Right, so I get that question often, even when I'm working in the private market of putting infrastructure. There should be no delusion that these stations pay for themselves through that session revenue. At best, you will cover your energy and your operating costs. When you're charging $1 an hour on a $19,000 investment, that's a long payback time. I can pull some like-kind history from the existing stations deployed across the state in like communities, but it's nothing to get excited about.
Thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
Yes, I would like to ask the city manager or yourself, are we looking for a motion today to approve this?
No, just conversation today, and if there's direction. Is this something you're interested in? And if so, then we as staff can pursue it and then bring back some proposals and options to you. I just want to be on cutting edge. I don't want to trail other similar size communities because we're better than they are.
Well, I'm in agreement with you. That's the reason why I'm saying it. I would like, staff to continue, city manager to do research and see. I tend to agree with you. I know several people in Columbus that have Teslas and have these electronic cars that do complain that when they're going to travel or they're passing through Columbus, they can't charge here. So I'm ready to vote in favor of it, but you can go do the research and then bring it back to us and bring it back in the form of a vote.
Yeah, well, we wanted them to answer any questions for you, but as I was talking to Jay, it's amazing how they will plan their trip their route will take them through a city where they can get a fast charge, which means, we stop in LaGrange or we go the other way and around to get the fast charge so that we can do what we need to do. I want them to stop in Columbus to get the fast charge. And so, I mean, if there are no questions or comments, then we're continuing to pursue this and we'll bring back proposals and or options to you that we can make sure we do what we need to do.
I think it's definitely worth bringing back. We still have a couple more comments. Councilor House?
I was going to make a motion that we do it, but I'll wait till the staff comes back with the plan.
All right, Councilor Davis?
Yes, great presentation. Who covers the cost of the electricity?
Through the community charging program, Georgia Power covers it as one of our company use facilities, no different than our operating headquarters.
Just a different entity than the city.
Yes, sir. Georgia Power would assume that meter point is one of our own.
Are there, are there reciprocal agreements that have been made with the EV companies?
I don't understand.
Is Georgia Power doing reciprocal agreements with all the EV companies that are out there? Are there exclusives, anything like that?
There are no exclusives. The adapter or the charging stations are universal in nature in terms of the plug. Georgia Power does extensive amount of R&D. We are agnostic to the technology, but our brand is reliability. And so as this technology continues to evolve, we have to make sure that those stations that are being deployed under our brand are going to meet the needs of our customers and are highly reliable. And that's why when we look at vertically integrated with the network and the equipment, we're seeing a lot of success there. I think the station downtown is an example of when one party parts ways, from the manufacturer parts ways with the network services. That's when you've got finger pointing at who's responsible for repairing it. And when it was donated equipment, there's no investment to do so.
So there would be no hindrance, say another company wants to come in and create a supercharging station in Columbus. We have the option of doing that as well.
So in reference to the word exclusivity, when Georgia Power signs its license agreement, for example, the one with Schuster's that's under construction, we do have an exclusivity clause with that property owner that Georgia Power or that station is the only charging station on the premises, as it would erode our utilization to have another station on site. Now, there has been examples in Metter, Georgia, where we have removed such exclusivity clause because it was in the best interest of that community, where Georgia Power and Tesla are serving the same fueling center.
Mr. Mayor, maybe it's just me in my hearing, but I'm having problems hearing today with, from my perspective. I think I just understood what you said, but what you just said was that if you've got agreements with property owners, then you've got exclusives with them. But any other EV company can come into town and do a deal with another private property owner or the city, and they can create their own infrastructure.
That's absolutely correct. The Georgia Power Community Charging Program is centered around site host acquisition with license agreements with individual parcels. It's not community-based or it's not exclusive to any one community. It's unique to that parcel and that parcel only.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Thomas. Hang on. There we go.
Mr. City Manager, I hope that as you are exploring this, you keep in mind locations for these charging stations. I would like to see them where it's easy to get to. If you're one of these folks who lives somewhere else and you specifically drive through Columbus in order to charge, that it's easy to get to, and it's probably by a restaurant, so you could have lunch or dinner or whatever.
That's the idea.
You know, and I think that really is an important slice of this planning that we may do, is to make it easily accessible and give the services that are around that you might need if you're on one of these trips.
Yes, I agree.
If I may add, the pillars of how we site these locations across the state of Georgia are based on visibility, convenience to shopping and dining. So back to the question about the financials, it's not the charging station of itself. The economics are driving that local business to shop and dine while those vehicles are charging. We look at safety, we look at accessibility and convenience to those highway corridors as well, travel patterns.
And it's not just, well, I mean, it's coming in from Alabama, it's coming in from Newnan, it's coming in from wherever Macon that you happen to be, that we need, I think we need to have those stations so that they're easily accessible.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, outstanding.
Well, and so, Mayor, if there are no other questions, we will be in touch, and I'm sure that we will work towards, we'll be able to work together on this.
Wonderful. Thanks for your time.
Next, Mayor, I've got Engineering Director Donna Newman. We've got some guests to talk about Riverwalk, Gabion Wall replacement.
Good afternoon. I have with me today Bard's Design Solutions, and they're our on-call engineers that primarily work on our stormwater infrastructure flooding type projects. Today, we're here to talk to you about the gabion wall that you may have seen along the Riverwalk in the proximity of the Synovus building. This has been a problem area for us due to the frequent flooding of the river and the erosion that occurs. And they'll show you the some locations related to that where you'll get a better idea where it's at. But when we originally did the gabion wall, the plan was, the request was to have an area for viewing and for seating for events that may be held in the river. And the plan was to have a vegetation landscape included in the basket area, and that was part of the stability of the gabion baskets. But the vegetation was eliminated due to maintenance in that area, and so there was some failure that occurred during one of our frequent flooding events. So what we did was we engaged Barge and asked them to look at potential solutions, and then in doing so, we again asked them, because this is one of our prominent spots along the Riverwalk where there is an opportunity to have seating and viewing area for events. And so we asked them to consider that in looking at solutions when we got to a more permanent type design.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. So my name is David Bishop with Barge Design Solutions. This is a project that we're very close in proximity to our office. So I walk the Riverwalk a lot, and it's something I've seen progress over the last couple of years. And in talking with Ms. Newman and Ms. Hodge and City Manager as well, this is something we kind of brought to their attention. And if you've been down here, it'll be something that you will probably have noticed. But just to make sure everybody understands where this is located, as you see in the picture here, this is the section that's directly in front of the Synovus building, located between 12th and 11th Street. And as she mentioned, this is a location that is highlighted for the City of Columbus in many photos and all of marketing all over the state that you see in magazine and stuff. And so what people don't realize is what's in that slope is there's a large interceptor sewer line. It's a 54-inch sewer line that slope protects. And that's what conveys all the combined sewer system of downtown Columbus through. So it's, number one, the Riverwalk is a destination, a prized possession of Columbus, but it's also it is there to support critical infrastructure. And so we don't want anything happening to that, because that would be an environmental issue that we don't want to be dealing with. So I'll go into, so I'm going to turn this over to Scott here just to kind of talk about it. But what I want to make sure everybody kind of understands, look at this with, is we felt like, and we'll get into ideas, but we wanted to take opportunity. If we're going to go and touch this, we want to touch it for the last time. Don't have to go back in it again, but also take advantage of an opportunity to really highlight Columbus. So, Scott, if you want to kind of run through these.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Scott Thompson. These first couple slides will just be a depiction of more or less the current state of these baskets, and you can see, as Ms. Newman was referring to, the baskets were intended to have vegetation growing on the basket portion along the front, and that's what retains the soil. When that vegetation failed, what happens is, as the river rises during storm events, and then particularly when it recedes, it sucks the soil out from underneath through the basket cages, basically compromising the foundation of those baskets. And they're stacked one on top of the other in a terraced format. And once the lower basket fails, it's a domino effect as you go up the slope. You can see some of the damage here from these events. This picture on the left shows a straight-on view of the baskets, and what you're looking at is about 4 basket cages that are supposed to be stacked on top of each other, each about 2 feet tall. And you can see it's a little hard to tell, but the lowest is sunk down to probably only 4 inches above grade. So it has sunken into the slope that far, and it just continues to get worse with each storm event. So what we do on investigating a solution is we go out and we get a soils report. We did borings to get the soils of that slope, and then we also survey the slope. And what you're looking at here is a survey scan that we did of this site. And this is not a drawing or rendering. This is everything you see depicted as a point that scanner collects. And it's so detailed, it's billions of points, and it basically creates a photo image. So this is kind of the base model of what we use. And what we did was we used that to develop some proposed renderings. And we went through a couple internal meetings with engineering and also some Uptown and Dragonfly folks, people of interest, and received their feedback and went back and did some official renderings on how to address some of those comments, some different views. It's hard to tell. I think on the next one you can see there's concrete seating, benches basically formed along the wall area where the people are walking along the terraces. So you can sit underneath those umbrellas, and those umbrellas would be a removable umbrella so that they could be removed, because this area all becomes underwater during a flood, which happens pretty regularly at the lower levels. There you can get a better view of the benches under that umbrella off to the left. But really this area, we just for a viewing of the river, the area in the center is what we would call stadium seating. They're 18-inch tall steps, so you wouldn't use them as walking steps, but more or less like a amphitheater you could use for seating. And the sewer line still remains up in the upper slope that would remain grassed above the wall. Just some quick options that we've looked at as far as finishing for the wall. You could have just a smooth concrete. These walls would be poured in place concrete. So you know your typical smooth concrete. You can have a more like a stamped concrete, which the forms have the moldings in them. So when you pour the concrete, it leaves you with a block or a stone finish. And then obviously you could do a veneer. This is significantly more costly, but it is an option. This is an example up in LaGrange of, back on the renderings, we wanted to depict something on the wall, whether it be, City of Columbus or consolidated government, some sort of something signifying this landmark in the city. And this is an example, a real life example of what we were thinking for that. And go ahead.
So just to kind of highlight, can I go back to the presentation, please? Just wanted to highlight, this was what I mentioned about the example. This is an opportunity to, instead of having something that's just plain concrete, we're already going to be forming concrete, to really have that visual of, hey, here is Columbus, and that can have a City of Columbus established date. It could, something that, because if, the Snovis, they get unbelievable marketing from that photo because their name is on that building in every photo in Columbus. And it'd be nice to be able to have that signifying, the downtown, the Riverwalk, and with the rapids that come through here, this is another, destination a lot of people come to, and just having that, if you see a lot of people on their social media when they're taking pictures when they visit, especially with the military, when they're coming down the Riverwalk, they take pictures. Typically, that's the background that you see. So it was just an opportunity to take advantage of something that we were already going to be doing to protect that slope, but also make it useful for the community. But also, let's make this a permanent fix that, will be here as long as I'm alive. So that's all we had, and we're open for any questions that you may have.
It looks great. I'm nervous about the sticker, but it looks amazing. The wall, I guess, is the height of what our average flood level is when it comes in. I mean,
yes, sir. So that upper wall is the upper limits.
I mean, the whole idea was to make sure that we're stabilized and then make it look like something people will want to congregate at as a side benefit.
Yes, sir. And what people don't really realize on slopes, they're a little bit different, is the toe of that slope is the most critical point. If you lose the toe, everything sloughs and falls. So that's what we really wanted to make sure we're locking in. That's the reason why we're going more the full concrete to where we can lock that in, because as y'all well know, we've had a significant floods in the last 3 or 4 years that has compromised that, and so we want to make sure we can protect that.
Well, like I said, it looks great. Good work.
And, Mr. Mayor, we will be coming back to you and the council. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, this is more of the conceptual. We just wanted to make sure y'all were aware of what we were looking at, and we'll obviously, in coordination with Ms. Newman, with some design milestones.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Mr. Mayor, I've got the finance director up next. Just to give a quick sales tax update, last month we gave you the June sales tax update, and now we have the July sales tax numbers.
Good afternoon. So as the presentation is being pulled up, as the city manager mentioned, I gave a quick update last month on where we closed out FY20. This is just a quick update on where we are right now with FY21. And the only month we have to report right now is July 2020. Sales tax is up 3.31%. Sales tax collections received in OLOS is $3.31 million. And $3.31 million in lost revenue for July 2020. This is up 4.6% over FY20. So good, numbers for July, the start of the new fiscal year, us being up approximately $147,000 over where we were in July of 2019. Unfortunately, this month I do not have the sales tax industry mix. That information was not available on the Department of Revenue's website just as of yet. I will hopefully have that information for you all, just so you can see the makeup of the sales tax sales tax collections that we received for July. I'll have that at the next council meeting when I give the standard finance update. But this sales tax summary for July of 2020 is for select counties throughout the state of Georgia. We have some comparables here, Macon Bibb being down 25.80%, which is pretty substantial. Chatham County, there are several municipalities that make up Chatham County, most notably the city of Savannah is currently down 6.07%. Again, Clark County, which is another consolidated government, so Athens, Clark, their sales tax lost revenue being down 5.07%. For Fulton County, there are several cities that make up Fulton County. Again, most notably the city of Atlanta, with their sales tax collection being down almost 7%. Some other cities in Fulton County, which was Roswell, Sandy Springs being down 6.99%, Johns Creek being down 7.02%, and College Park being down 6.83%. Lastly, here in terms of the select counties, we have Augusta Richmond with the Augusta Richmond, which is down 5.89%. And so, as you can see here, just with these select counties, I mean, it varies. I run reports and basically pull a listing from all of the counties in Georgia, and I picked these out specifically to provide an update on. But as you can see here with what has been provided, and really across the board for a lot of the counties in Georgia, they're down, and fortunately for us, we are actually up. So we do hope that that trend sort of continues. If we're not up, to say the least, hopefully we'll be where we were at that point last year. And so this chart here just shows that projection. We collected $3.31 million in July, and if we collect the exact same amount for every month going forward that we did for the prior fiscal year, we end up at about $37.5 million in sales tax collections. Again, that's only if we collect the exact same amount, no more, no less. So fiscal year to date right now, sales tax is up 4.6%, and that is the sales tax update.
So Mr. Mayor, we really don't know how to explain this, and but it's good news for us especially when you look at the others. I think Angelica Select City, she knows I like to compete against, but it's good news for us, and it's scary because if she was calculating the numbers herself rather than those direct deposits into our account, I would really be questioning why we're up and others are so far are down significantly. But they just wire transfer us the money or into our account, and we hope that the deposits are accurate.
Well, listen, it is a little bit unnerving when it's hard to put your finger on what is generating a little bit of an increase in a world full of decreases, and I hope it continues. I really personally think it's going to. I think Columbus, Georgia had a lot of momentum going into this pandemic. And I think things like we saw last week with a groundbreaking for a new Mercer Medical School that's going to bring in, we'll end up with almost 250 students, close to 100 faculty and scientists, all kinds of economic development opportunities coming from that. We still have construction of hotels going on. We've got the bank's food hall that we're hopeful is going to be up and running shortly. And, I think we are going to get, because of this community, I think we're going to get some of that momentum back quickly. And it's, keep bringing good news.
Yeah. Well, I just credit the leadership of a great mayor and a great city council,
Well, I'm almost afraid to hear from our budget chair, but she has the floor.
Mr. City Manager, as you will recall, we have scheduled in 3 weeks the budget overview, if you will, or working with the add delete list from the budget. I would request that Ms. Alexander send council that add delete list fairly soon. Don't wait until that the week before. Send it to us so that we can be looking at it and making sure that with this information we can make some appropriate decisions about what we want to do with the budget, if anything. And I will say, I know that you've said this before, this is specifically to deal with the add delete list, not new requests for funding. That may come later, but in the on the September 29th, I think it is, it's specifically to deal with the add delete list. So if we could get that within the next week or so, I think that would be very helpful for us as we make plans for what we're going to be doing.
Sure.
Okay.
And I will have some recommendations at that time as well that I'm hearing from economists. So we'll share that later. The last item today, and I've delayed the options and process for street naming, but the last item today is the CARES Act update. We wanted to give you a brief update. We've got good news with that as well. And so Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just a brief update on where we are with the CARES Act. As you all know, it was passed March 27th, and it was $2 trillion worth of economic relief for the COVID-19 pandemic. So our Phase 1 allocation was $10,248,000. We did receive the 30% advance, which was just over $3 million. The remaining 70% funding is over $7 million. That was allocated to us, the 30% on August the 3rd. We did receive the 70% allocation on September the 2nd. These were to be expended by September 1st, and so we had met all of those deadlines and requirements related to that Phase 1 funding. And so those have both been submitted, approved. We've received those funds. We have those in our bank account. Those included public safety payroll, specifically for frontline fire, EMS, and the police department. And those were all FY20 related expenditures, except for a portion of July 3rd's payroll. Again, Phase 2 and Phase 3, the balance of that is about $24 million. We plan to have city expenses utilized for that balance, as well as community expenses. Marquette McKnight is here, and she'll give just a brief update on what they've been going through to get those community applications in. We have received no guidance from the state at this point for Phase 2 and Phase 3 funding, so we are just awaiting direction and guidelines on how we can submit and move forward with that particular phase. We did hire media, marketing, and more, led by Marquette McKnight, to handle that community process, to gather those applications, and she'll kind of briefly walk through what they went through as far as their process that they did. They did receive 467 applications that they have vetted, $7.2 million worth of expenditures to date. As of yesterday, about 3.4 million of what was submitted has been determined to be eligible. They still have some review to do. And so at this time, I'll bring forward Marquette, and she can just give you a brief update on the process that they went through.
Thank y'all, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I will be unusually brief because I know y'all have been sitting here as long as I have. So I will say I've been amazed at the capability and the ability to move through this huge project in such a small amount of time between the two deputy city managers and the finance director. Under the direction, of course, the city manager, has just been an amazing process. We put together a great finance team to help us review these applications. As Pam already pointed out, the numbers of the applications that we got, we were still reviewing as of yesterday, and those numbers that you just saw have increased a little bit already this morning. As we turn over everything today at 4 o'clock to the finance director for entry into the portal of the state. And to echo what Pam said, with very little direction about how we're actually going to enter all this data that we have into the portal. But I just want to tell you one thing about this that I have learned in this, and there are many stories to be told after all this is over. And of course, it will be, as we told all the applicants, this will be public information, just like anything else that you're spending tax dollars on, that this will be public information to our wider community. But one thing that has struck me so much in this process, we talk a lot about what a generous community Columbus is, and it is. And as the past chair of the Community Foundation and working with lots of clients, I know this to be a wonderfully generous community. But when we talk about how generous our community is, we're generally thinking about how the wealthy or people of means give to our community. And what we have seen in these applications is that it's not the wealthy who are giving to the least of us. When Adrian Chester gave the invocation this morning, and he noted that verse that talks about doing unto the least of them, you've got hundreds of organizations in Columbus who are on small budgets, but who are giving to the least of them, who are taking care of the truly needy and the truly poor, the truly downtrodden in our community. They are giving their all. They're giving what they don't have to our community and to our residents who are not as fortunate as many of us are in this room. It's been very heartening and very illuminating about how generous our community is on both sides of the spectrum. And I think a lot of that does credit our city council and the way that they have led this city in helping with this CARES Act, in sharing that money. Not only, we've had several counties surrounding us that are not sharing their CARES money with their community, with businesses and healthcare and medical and community assistance. And you have done that, and I'm grateful to have helped you with that process, along with the triumvirate, as I refer to the three women that we have worked with. And we look forward to giving y'all a really good report today, hopefully, that we're turning all that information over and to seeing this through to help the citizens of our community. I'd be glad to answer any questions if y'all have any.
Well, Marquette, thank you for your work. I know it has been in a really condensed time period. And the fact that we monitor those, see how the reports coming in, and we were one of the first ones that got everything entered correctly. We didn't really have any kickbacks that I understand of any importance. Everything went through very smoothly, and that's a testament, I think, to the entire team who's working on it, including yours. So thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor and Council, that's a report today, but as you can see, and I was glad that Marquette McKnight highlighted that there are some communities where they just didn't make any of these dollars available to local businesses and nonprofits and so forth, but you did, we did. And you can see that we're going to be funding anywhere from $3.4 to $7.2 million. We have $24 million left. And I can tell you, certainly, our city government can absorb the $24 million, but certainly what's left, the $16 to $20 million, we will absorb that with little effort. And our goal will be to go after any remaining dollars that flow back into the state where other communities do not use their money, or there's additional monies that the state has that they can make available to communities. We can justify it, we can use it. But I, again, want to thank our team, the two deputy city managers, Lisa Goodwin, Pam Hodge, and our finance director. They've been a dynamic team, and I think we made a good selection of a community partner to work with in media marketing and more, and she assembled, Marquette McKnight assembled a team, and they have worked together. We wanted to make sure the process was fair and that it was they could respond to the time constraint that we were dealing with, and we wanted to make sure that we can justify every single decision and how it was done. And Marquette and her team has positioned us to do that. And so they've done a great job, and we look forward to your final report. So Mayor and Council will answer any questions that you have. We have the team here. We have Marquette here. We'll answer any questions.
Doesn't appear to be any.
Okay. Thank you. That is my final update. Mayor and Council, I would like an executive session on personnel matters.
Okay. Councilor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, I've had a couple of requests from employees asking if our HR department would put something out to the employees and to the rest of us too about the payroll tax cut, how that will work, what that means. I was hesitant to answer any questions because I don't want to give the wrong information, but they've asked if we would put something out. I know that it has to be repaid. What does that mean? Those kinds of questions. So if you could do that, it would. I don't need it today. I don't need it here, but I would like to see it in the next few days if we can, to put it out to employees and put it on the website.
Okay, and so we can certainly do that, but I'd like for you to make 2 or 3 sentences because the finance director, when I saw it, she says, I don't recommend that, and just your quick observations, 2 or 3 sentences will do.
Right, certainly, Mr. City Manager.
And your mask.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes. Certainly, as the city manager mentioned, that would not be a program that I would recommend for employees to participate in, simply because it has to be paid back. Currently, we have system limitations right now. Our software vendor is working on some coding change to the system to be able to even implement this. So currently, right now, due to system limitations, we're not able to participate. And I do believe that is one of the things, I think the city attorney mentioned that we could opt in or opt out of the program. I mean, it would certainly be something that I would not recommend to employees just because of the payback feature that's attached to it.
And so we'll give you more information later, but I wanted them to hear that the payback would be concerning because we don't want to put employees in a position that it's not good for them.
For example, one of the questions I was asked was, does the employee get to opt in and out, or is it the employer who opts in and out? So those are some of the nuances
Sure.
of what.
And we'll come back with all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, that concludes my agenda, except for the executive session.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the clerk's agenda, item 1 are minutes of various boards to be received.
Motion that the minutes are received. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Woodson, and it was moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, please say aye. Anyone opposed, say no. They're approved. They're received.
Next, we have board appointments. First, we have the mayor's appointments, Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees.
And I have one for Mr. Staples, Dusty Wilson. I'll get you his bio. I'll send it over. I got it in my office. I'll send it to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. He may be confirmed.
There's a motion to confirm from the Mayor Pro Tem. Second from Councilor House. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? He's confirmed.
Next, we have council appointments that are ready for confirmation. For the Animal Control Advisory Board, Dr. Gene Wagaspak was nominated.
Motion to confirm from the Mayor Pro Tem. Second from Councilor Woodson. All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? She is confirmed.
Councilor Allen, Mayor Pro Tem is asking to confirm.
There is a motion to confirm
B through E.
all of those individuals listed in items B through E. There's a second from Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Yes, ma'am. It was to confirm on the Board of Honor Judge Bobby Peters, on the Board of Honor Ms. Barbara Pierce, Board of Honor Mr. Robert Poitachef, and Uptown Facade Board Mr. Robert Battle, all nominated and seconded. So all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They're all confirmed.
Next, we have council district seat appointments for the Public Safety Advisory Commission, open for nominations for District 2, 4, and 6. For District 10, Councilor House is nominating Alexander King to succeed Tyson Begley. He may be confirmed.
There's motion to confirm from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor House. All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? He's confirmed.
Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations would be listed for the next meeting. For the Animal Control Advisory Board, we have Dr. Renee LaFranc. This is the Veteran Association representative, as well as Carla Anthony. This seat is open for nominations. Councilor House is nominating Julie Fryer to succeed Carol Bassett, and we will bring this back for the next meeting for confirmation. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We have requests to go into executive session to discuss personnel, and is there anything else, Mr. City Attorney? And litigation. Personnel and litigation. All right. Motion to go into executive session by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? All right. Second from Councilor House. All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? All right. We're in executive session. All right. We have been in executive session. We discussed personnel, litigation, and a security issue, and no votes were taken. Before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I did want to make mention for those of you that have known longtime City Councilor Red McDaniel, who passed away a few years back. His wife, Jo, passed away this past weekend. So hopefully you'll keep the family in your prayers. But she was one of the South's truly gracious ladies, and she will be missed. But with that, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, motion second to adjourn. All in favor say aye. Anybody opposed say no. We're adjourned.